approximately 4.6 billion years ago, the universe produced life. Long after that, roughly 60 million years ago, according to textbooks, dinosaurs followed. And the counter-hypothesis is that God created the heavens and the earth, that he did it 6,000 years ago approximately, and that he did it in 6 literal days. You see, one of two things has to be true. Either you evolved over time from an ape and have no purpose, or God created you in his image, and that the Bible is completely true and accurate from beginning to end.
All right, your question, where did God come from, assumes that you're thinking of the wrong, obviously it displays that you're thinking of the wrong God, because the God of the Bible is not affected by time, space, or matter. If he's affected by time, space, or matter, he's not
Every
God.
generation, a handful of people are selected to become household names. One of these household names, when I was a child that went around the kitchen table, was Dr. Kent Hovind, or Dr. Dino, the famous creationist, the vindicator for young Earth creationists.
It needs to see it. So for the next, I forget how long, everybody was watching today, they had over 20 former drug dealers saved in the prison watching the video series.
Dealing for Jesus now,
Amen. Had some great results. So several people donate to our ministry to help us be able to do that, to give out videotapes to prisons. And if you can get involved, either send us chaplains' names, or have the chaplain send us a letter, or send us some money so we can donate it to prison. We'll be glad to do that. We want to get the gospel out. I figure I'll be there someday anyway, so might as well. Anyway, so
Not only was Dr. Hovind debating in every major university that would allow him, but he was also being honored as a guest speaker in every church that had a congregation big enough to hold a pastor. It was like nothing you'd ever seen. It happened so quickly, it really would make the head spin. Up until the early 2000s, Kent Hovind was unstoppable. What happened to Kent Hovind?
You work for the Internal Revenue Service. I'd like to start a little background on this, why the viewers, let the viewers know a little bit about you and about why you want to debate Kent Hovind.
Okay, I'm about 10 years out from my IRS service, having retired in 2005.
You've probably seen a number of things with religions going on, so we're going to get into that a little bit later. But walking away from the IRS, why do you think you're in a good position to debate Kent over his tax abuse that he was involved in? What is it that was convicted of, and what is he protesting that you want to tackle?
Well, Kent and I are about the same age, so we grew up together and went different paths in different parts of the country. He claims to be a theist, I claim to be a theist.
Should we go on the offense? Should we file a criminal complaint against the IRS and file a ticket complaint and start the whole thing over again?
Well, come along and find out. By the end of this documentary, we will have totally unmasked Dr. Kent Hovind. So let's go.
Mark Stoney and I were about to get on a plane. Like, there's so much stuff people don't realize. Like, it's so complicated. Like,
what were you about to get on the plane for?
To kill motherfuckers.
Great. What do we got there, Joseph?
I really don't think we have to go all the way back to East Peoria Community High School, or even as far back as Patriot Bible University, to completely grasp who Kent Hovind is and what makes Kent Hovind who he is. Actually, I think we can accomplish the same goal just by going back to the year 1990 with his first letter to the editor. It's this letter to the editor that would end up propelling Kent Hovind into his future career as the Young Earth Vindicator. It was this letter to the editor that started Kent Hovind down the road of his destiny.
Okay, what are we doing here?
Alright, so we are recording, and you can start by telling us your name and how long you've been in ministry.
There was an article in the newspaper that came out that said dinosaur bones found in Montana from 80 million years ago. And I wrote my first ever letter to the editor. I said I was brand new in town, Pensacola, I didn't know, so I said, look, these bones they found are from one that drowned in the flood. The world is not millions of years old. Dinosaurs always lived with man. They called them dragons or some other name. And these bones are just something that's left over from the flood of Noah. And I said, reptiles never stop growing. And before the flood, when people lived to be 900, the reptiles would get to be 70 feet long. That's the dinosaurs. They did not live millions of years ago. They published my letter in the paper and started a war in Pensacola. I didn't realize I was starting to fight, Some atheists started writing in, and evolutionists were writing back and forth, and I was writing in. And I was just working construction, putting the wife through college and kids through school. And finally, some students from the University of West Florida called me, and they said, will you come debate one of our professors? We're reading all your letters to the editor in our anthropology class. Would you come have a debate? I said, I've never done a debate in my life, except with my wife, and I lose those every time. Sure. So we did my first ever debate. I'm going to guess it was about March.
It's good to be here. My name is Kent Hovind. I live here in Pensacola. Moved here 5 years ago. I have 3 teenagers. They go to Pensacola Christian High School. I was a science teacher 15 years and now travel around and speak full-time on this subject, creation, evolution, and dinosaurs. That's my full-time ministry. I speak over 700 times a year.
We're sitting here in Charlotte, North Carolina to have a radio debate with Dr. Eugenie Scott from California. Going to start in just a few moments. Supposed to go who knows how long. I'm speaking Denver Baptist Church tonight, tomorrow night. Thought we'd just videotape this.
Kent Hovind was winning every single debate he participated in. I mean, there was a point where you could not talk about creationism or apologetics without bringing up the name Kent Hovind. It was around this time era that Kent Hovind did something so daring, so gutsy, that few saw it coming. Kent Hovind debated 3 university professors at once. And won.
I'll start. My name is Jim Strayer. I'm from Michigan. I started my educational career in a small Methodist school. I went there for 2 years and then transferred to Eastern Michigan University to get a major in biology and a minor in chemistry.
I'm Reinhold Sleeper. I teach here, and that means I live around this area too. And there's no way I'm going to be able to top that introduction that we just heard. So I'll just be staying on the side of modesty and stop right here.
My name is Luther Reisbig. I'm a professor of aerospace engineering. I graduated from Michigan State University, where I got my PhD in engineering there. I'm probably the least qualified person to be here talking about any of these matters, but I'll apologize.
We have an additional 5 minutes to rebuttal Dr. Hovind's opening statement and to pose a question to him.
I am curious about your presentation, which was, I am impressed. The only one who I've heard speak that quickly was a Texas auctioneer, but I tried really hard to concentrate and get it all. The earth was created 6,000 years ago in 6 days by God. I am confused. Being philosophically consistent and being a very honest person, I'm sure you can tell me where God came from. And in addition...
So, 2 questions. All right.
Go ahead.
All right, your question, where did God come from, assumes that you're thinking of the wrong, obviously it displays that you're thinking of the wrong God, because the God of the Bible is not affected by time, space, or matter. If he's affected by time, space, or matter, he's not God. Time, space, and matter is what we call a continuum. All of them have to come into existence at the same instant, because if there were matter but no space, where would you put it? If there were matter and space but no time, when would you put it? You cannot have time, space, or matter independently. They have to come into existence simultaneously. The Bible answers that in 10 words. In the beginning, there's time. God created the heaven, there's space, and the earth, there's matter. So you have time, space, matter, created a trinity of trinities there. Just, time is past, present, future. Space has length, width, height. Matter has solid, liquid, gas. You have a trinity of trinities created instantaneously, and the God who created them has to be outside of them. If he's limited by time, he's not God. The guy who created this computer is not in the computer. He's not running around in there changing the numbers on the screen, okay? The God who created this universe is outside of the universe. He's above it, beyond it, in it, through it. He's unaffected by it. So the concept that a spiritual force cannot have any effect on a material body, well then I guess you'd have to explain to me things like emotions and love and hatred and envy and jealousy and rationality. I mean, if your brain is just a random collection of chemicals that form by chance over billions of years, how on earth can you trust your own reasoning processes and the thoughts that you think? Okay?
And as could be expected, some of Ken's opponents would lash out during debates, be angry or bitter afterwards, with the realization that their worldview that they had assumed over all this time was a scientific principle was in fact just a theory with multiple built-in assumptions that were completely unfounded and unprovable.
Before I turn to genetics, I want to make a few comments on what we've just heard here and the level of honesty of the person making these comments. Because this is someone who feels free to call other people liars and to use the word lie about a whole set of people and a whole set of activities. Yet he's has some vulnerability on exactly that subject. Let's just deal with trivia first of all. Symbiosis requires simultaneous creation. That's nonsense. We have many numerous studies of symbioses beginning and in some cases symbioses breaking down, and you don't have to imagine simultaneously everything's in place in order to get it to evolve. That's an elementary error that's been around in some forms for over 100 years. He claims that evolutionary theory is not science, but is religion, because science, he says, is derived from observation and study, and since you can't actually observe a fossil change into a different...
Other opponents, on the other hand, had completely opposite reactions, almost breaking down in tears and apologizing for years of bullying students into a theory that was unprovable because it was a professor's preference. It was mind-blowing, like nothing you had ever seen before.
Thank you all for coming out. I have an announcement to make at the beginning, and Paul, I sort of apologize for not telling you this sooner, but it has to be said. Well, I was doing preparation for this debate and looking up various things and trying to come up with various arguments and counter-arguments for the points that I knew or that I thought that Dr. Hovind here would raise. And I started thinking about all of the arguments that he'd made in the previous debate, all of the things that he'd said, all of the points that he'd brought up that I just found myself incapable of refuting. And I did a good deal of background digging into the claims and the statements and the facts that Dr. Hovind presented. Thanks in part to his very excellent website, www.drdino.com, which I can highly recommend. And I started to think about the way I'd taught evolution in the past, about all of the students of mine, some of whom are here tonight, whom I'd bullied and brainwashed and intimidated and generally tried to make feel bad because I couldn't get them to convert to my own particular mode of thinking. And I thought about the way that, the senseless waste of taxpayer money for me to go in and act like an indoctrinator rather than an educator, and the way I've always insisted that my students accept this because it seems so right to me. Well, this is not particularly easy for me to say. It's not always easy to talk with your foot this firmly planted in one's mouth, but I want to make a public promise right now. I really don't want to make this a typical adversarial, name-calling, angry, mocking debate the way I sort of remember the last one.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, I stick by my guns. I'll try to answer as many questions as I can in a moment, but the evidence that is used to support the evolution theory is indeed lies and has been proven wrong. For example, your textbook will tell...
Not only did Kent Hovind solidly secure his position as the premier vindicator for young Earth creationism, but Kent Hovind was beginning to gain some celebrity status that was really cool to watch.
A telly. I ain't shitting you. He don't have a telly.
Yeah. He lives in a house, though.
Yo.
And that house is a product of technology.
No, he ain't got no technology in it. You can check out his website. He ain't got nothing in it.
It's got a website.
The
He
house
wears clothes,
itself.
Shoes.
What?
He eats food.
Babies are still having babies. Why don't they have another human today?
Okay. Has you ever eaten a banana?
Oh, yeah, I eat all kinds of food, yeah. I eat a banana, and that's proof we came from a rock. That's not proof of evolution. When this changes, he's going to look silly. 1905, the official age of the Earth, I've got the textbooks, was 2 billion years. Today it's 4.6.
That's still a lot older than what you're prepared to concede.
From 2 billion to 4.6 billion is a gigantic jump.
Hold it.
The fact is they don't know.
What do you think about all that?
Well, first of all, how do we even know there is something rather than nothing? Are you convinced that we're here? Are we here?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. How do you know that?
Because I could hear myself talking.
Okay, we have to observe by our senses, sight, taste, touch, etc. We have 5 senses, 5 ways to contact the world, I guess, for lack of a better way to say it. Maybe there are more. Maybe there are 20 senses, and we've only got 5 of them. Blind people certainly are missing one. Deaf people are missing one.
He was on TV everywhere.
Just with the 5 senses we have, we can say, okay, it appears that we're here. It appears that we're real. But why is there something rather than nothing? I think you said, where did God come from? That question assumes a couple of things. It assumes that God is locked in time, space, matter like we are.
One thing was for certain in the late 90s and early 2000s. If you wanted an expert on young Earth creationism, you invited Dr. Kent Hovind onto your show. Period.
Hi, I'm Pete Riley. I'm here with Dr. Kent Hovind, and as I told Dr. Hovind, I'm a CPA, and I've written quite a bit about his case on Forbes.com. Most recently on Monday, I gave my readers links to several of the interviews you've been doing. You're with following Gideon's example, getting your supporters to create noise and light. Is that what's the your strategy at the moment?
Well, there's very little hope of anybody winning in the federal courts. I mean, if you look at the records, they have like a 99% success rate. So, but as far as in the Bible, which is what I believe cover to cover, there were many times when people faced enemies that were just unbeatable, David and Goliath kind of stuff. So yeah, you can just simply expose the truth. That's all I can do. So I've asked folks to just shine the light on what happened. I think there was a lot of injustice and probably even illegal activity in my case from the other side. And I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to fear from the truth. And Gideon in the Bible just said all he had was light and noise. In
Judges chapter 7, and they shined the light, made a lot of noise, and the enemy fought each other. So yes, I want people to shine the light. I would love a full investigation of this case from start to finish.
Kent Hovind was being interviewed left and right. He was establishing a name and prestige for himself very rapidly.
I mean, you were really not against them teaching evolution in schools. It's just you said you can't do it by teaching lies, and you expose the lies. Is that not your crime?
Correct.
Against them?
When I do the debates against atheists, like I said, I have over 100 of them. The first thing you do is to define the terms. What exactly are we talking about? What do you mean by evolution? We'll talk more about that tomorrow, because to me, that is essential that people understand. Because when I say that word, I'm thinking of something, but when they say that word, they're thinking of something totally different.
Even after this remarkable popularity, Dr. Hovind was still not done.
On creation
well,
versus
that's very practical because of the number of people that are embroiled in these debates from high school into college. I mean, even in grade school.
Rather, in fact, Kent was just getting started. He had decided that he was gonna now jump into the King James only controversy, brushing shoulders with heavy King James only hitters like Gail Riplinger. And Kent Hovind would be faithful to that position even to this day.
And how deviant it is from true Christianity. And so
yeah, this is, how many pages?
1,200.
1,200 pages, and sells for how much?
That's $35.95.
$35.95. Fabulous. I didn't get through it yet, but I started, and I'm enjoying it. I've been pretty busy. I've been out of prison 120 days. Okay, I'm working on it. Anyway, so what I've read I love, so that's fabulous. I encourage people to get that one. Okay?
Thank you. And then for those who can't read that 1,200-page book, we've also written a brochure, and I think it's 50 cents or something like that, and it summarizes what's wrong with the vines. Why is it wrong to say the Greek says? You know, Mr. Vine, where did he get his words from? Or Strong's Concordance, where did he get his definitions from? And you'll find out in that book and in this brochure, highly corrupt sources, highly corrupt lexicography.
I heard somebody preaching just a few weeks ago. He said something that just struck me. He said, wow, this is perfect. Paul said in 2 Corinthians, they were corrupting the Word of God while he was writing it. So if somebody says this version is, you know, you could have a Hebrew or a Greek version that is 2 days from the original and still be corrupted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So the fact that it's older has nothing to do with it being better. They were corrupting it while Paul was writing it. They wrote letters in his name.
Right. We're not as many which corrupt the Word of God.
So the argument that these guys have is, well, this is older, therefore it's better. That's flawed on its face. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, other stuff you got.
Okay. Then after the...
Why to use the King James Version of the Bible? Why not other versions? Well, I've been a Christian since 1969. I was raised all kinds of different churches, and after I got saved, my parents started giving me...
Kent was smart enough to capitalize off his newly found success by hosting large events like
right
his
here in
New
Pensacola, Florida.
Creationist
Let's give
Boot
him a
Camp.
hand.
All right.
Good to
Thank you,
have
son.
you. Thank you.
Amen. Okay. Let's see. Did I get it on here? Y'all been sitting a long time. Everybody stand up, turn around twice, and sit down. Go, go, go. Let's go. This is boot camp. If you got to go potty, that is tough. Okay? We're glad you're here today. All right. This is our first boot camp. My son, Eric, I think has done an amazing job of organizing things. I've been traveling a lot. Thank you, son. They asked me to speak tonight on why evolution is stupid. I can't think of an easier topic on the planet to speak on. Now, keep in mind, one of the goals of our boot camp is to train people to be better soldiers. You may already believe in creation, that's great, but you've got neighbors who don't. In June, nothing going on yet. Boot camp in 4th of July weekend, creation boot camp.
At this point in time, Kent Hovind had two things very much going in his favor. Clips from the Where Did God Come From debate.
Time, space, and matter is what we call a continuum. All of them have to come into existence at the same instant. Because if there were matter but no space, where would you put it? If there were matter and space but no time, when would you put it? You cannot have time, space, or matter independently. They have to come into existence simultaneously. The Bible answers that in 10 words. In the beginning, there's time. God created the heaven, there's space, and the earth, there's matter. So you have time, space, matter created, a trinity of trinities there. Just, time is past, present, future. Space has length, width, height. Matter has solid, liquid, gas. You have a trinity of trinities created instantaneously, and the God who created them has to be outside of them. If he's limited by time, he's not God. The guy who created this computer is not in the computer. He's not running around in there changing the numbers on the screen, okay? The God who created this universe is outside of the universe. He's above it, beyond it, in it, through it. He's unaffected by it. So the concept that a spiritual force cannot have any effect on a material body, well then I guess you'd have to explain to me things like emotions and love and hatred and envy and jealousy and rationality. I mean, if your brain is just a random collection of chemicals that form by chance over billions of years, how on earth can you trust your own reasoning processes and the thoughts that you think?
And on America's Funniest Home Videos, they were playing clips of him doing the ceremony for his daughter's wedding.
In the presence of God and these witnesses, you pledged your love for each other. Hello? Yes, Lord? No, I wasn't calling you, but okay. The Lord says he would like you to know that what he has joined together, let no man put asunder. Paul, you may kiss your bride, he says.
I don't think it would be fair or realistic to say that Kent Hovind did not earn his way into being a household name. See, whether you love Kent Hovind or you hate Kent Hovind, he lives rent-free in your head. Now at this point, Kent Hovind had already solidified himself as the reigning, uncontested YEC champion. But one more thing would help project Kent Hovind into success, and that was his ability to market.
Hello, welcome to Creation Science Evangelism Magic Tricks video. My name is Dr. Kent Hovind. I was a high school science teacher for 15 years, and now for the last 10 years I've been an evangelist, and I travel and speak on creation and evolution. But for 17 years, as a brand new Christian, I was a...
Dr. Hovind would now begin creating, producing, and marketing all of his intellectual property. None would ever become quite as famous as his creation seminar series.
Well, thank you for getting our CDs. I'm assuming you're getting this videotape because you purchased our CDs on PowerPoint.
But that doesn't mean they weren't all just as important to the YEC movement.
I think this knows nothing, because that's where I was just a few years ago. And many people who explained things to me about computers started way over my head. So we're going to start from ground zero. Once you get a scanner like this right here, these cost about $300. This hooks into the back of my computer, and there's several different types of scanners and several different ways they hook in. So you probably have to read the instructions that come with your scanner for where it plugs into your computer. And then you install a program. In this case, it's called Corel Photo Paint 8 is what I'm using here.
The Creation Seminar series is what would captivate most audiences to Dr. Hovind's material. It was so popular that homeschooling communities around the Southeast United States were using Kent Hovind lecture materials as homeschooling curriculum. He was blowing up beyond any creationist celebrity status that any of us had ever known before.
Have not done a good job of answering the skeptics. And we've allowed them to take over our school system and our legal process, and our whole thinking process is now based on this theory called evolution.
We actually had a celebrity in the Young Earth movement now, and it was Kent Hovind.
2, if you're not saved, I'm going to try to get you converted tonight. Okay? I told you right up front, I'm after you. Right? Number 3, if you're saved and you're not doing much for the Lord, then I'm going to try to make you uncomfortable.
Kent Hovind is polarizing. If you love Kent Hovind, you cannot help but support him vocally. If you hate Kent Hovind, you cannot help but bash him publicly. But one way or the other, you have an opinion on Kent Hovind.
Been there for 15 years. I have 3 kids, 1 of each. My kids are 24, 25, and 26, a year and 2 weeks apart. It's called family planning where I come from. And let's see, my daughter Marlissa is here tonight. Where'd she go? Marlissa? She's out there somewhere. They got the stuff at the airport. I saw them here. And anyway, I got them all married off, brother, and the dog died, so I made it. I'm home free. It's wonderful. And all 6 of them work for me in my ministry, and now I've got 2 grandkids, and hopefully 1,000 more coming. Grandkids are God's reward for not killing your own kids when you thought about it. We, at our ministry, produce a lot of videotapes. We've made over 1 million videos now in 6 languages. They're not copyrighted. We encourage you to get our stuff and spread it around.
Rapid celebrity status like this is enough to break any man. But it didn't break Kent Hovind. Strangely, the only thing that came faster than the rise of Kent Hovind was the fall of Kent Hovind.
Is. He's got a badge and a gun, and he thinks he's God. He needs to get, sent him all kinds of letters telling him, Scott, here's what the law says your position is, He doesn't care.
Mark Stoney and I were about to get on a plane. Like, there's so much stuff people don't realize. Like, it's so complicated. Like,
what were you about to get on the plane for?
To kill motherfuckers.
What do we got there, Joseph? Turn down for what?
Yeah. Well, when I ask everybody what your better attribute is, it's all over the board. It's your generosity, your kindness, your long-suffering. What do you think your best attribute is? Like, which attribute are you the proudest of?
Oh, my humility. Yeah, I wrote my book, The World's 3 Most Humble People, and How I Trained the Other 2. Should be out soon.
Okay.
I don't know. I am very concerned that God's going to say He gave me a lot, and I'm trying to use it for Him, but I know I could do more. I really could.
That's a drive. That is a good attribute to have.
Yeah.
There's a war going on. I want to win.
If you had to guess, how many people do you think you've helped bring to the Lord?
We get letters, phone calls, emails. It's millions? I don't know. Hope so. Plus the ripple effect. I lead somebody to the Lord, and they go off and lead 50 more to the Lord. And so, but I know it could have been more. But still, I think there's been quite a few.
Has there ever been one that you weren't able to reach that maybe still weighs on you?
Oh, many. I've tried and tried. I've debated now 349 debates I've done. Some with the same person a couple times, but I think I'm reaching a lot of their audience. I'm not reaching them. But I think it reaches a lot of their audience. People stop and say, whoa, this is really dumb to believe we all came from a rock. It is really dumb.
It is.
But okay. Mama would get mad if we said the word stupid, but she's in heaven now, so it's stupid. Evolution has got to be the dumbest religion ever invented.
And I can attest that even though he debates these people, he prays for them. So he has prayed for the people that he has debated. And he has a love for their soul. He just hates what they're doing to the public school system and teaching falsehood. But he prays for all the ones that he's debated for, sometimes even by name. So.
Well, you're making ground. You even have ones like Jackson came to visit.
Yeah.
So they're coming. They're interested.
Mm-hmm. Well, they better be. They're going to die one day. They're going to face God, whether they like it or not, whether they believe it or not. So my job is, just like Jesus told his disciples, go into all the world, preach the gospel to every creature. I'm trying to do that.
Your focus, the ministry's main focus, is creation. You rarely ever do debates outside of that. Do you think that's the field you need to stay in? Just doing creation debates?
I think this is the center of the battlefield. Because that really goes down to the very beginning of the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. If God created the world, then he owns it. He gets to make the rules. He gets to be the judge one day. So I think just about everything else in humanity centers around that topic. Who made this world? Why are we here? So yeah, I don't see a bigger battle to get into. This is it. All the other stuff is superfluous,
One of the largest forms of child abuse that happens in 2024 but gets swept under the rug and is rarely even given a second thought is evolution. No, hear me out. It is morally repulsive to teach a child that they come from monkeys, that they are a happy accident, that they are the result of beneficial mutations over large periods of time, that they have no value, they have no soul, they have no future, and they have no purpose, that they are just a cosmic accident and the equivalent to a banana or an animal.
I want to change people's worldview. There are two ways to look at this world. That's called your worldview. How do you view this world? Some people look at the world one way and some look at it another way. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the way you view the world determines how you will answer the four great questions of life. There are four fundamental questions that every single religion on planet Earth tries to answer. Who am I? Where did I come from? Why am I here? And where am I going when I die? The way you answer those questions is totally determined by your worldview. Some people look at the world and say, it's amazing, a Big Bang made this from nothing. That's the humanist worldview based on the evolution theory. Other people look at the world and say, there's incredible design. There must be a designer. That's the creationist worldview based on creation. And those two worldviews are at war with each other. I mean, somebody is wrong. And I enjoy showing them who they are.
Well, if they are violating the law, what are my options? Just let them do it? Just like Adolf Hitler, you just let them do it? I mean, I would suspect, I don't know, I would suspect that all three, the judge, Schneider, and U.S. Attorney, are nervous that I'm going to go back and sue them again for all the stuff they did wrong. See, it's all now public record. I mean, it's part of a transcript. So there's probably a lot of things we could do to make life real miserable for IRS agents because they just plain lied and broke the law.
Every time there's a strong opposition, or every time there's a warrior for the YEC movement who steps up, they try to bust him back down. See, Kent Hovind is an individual like this. Kent Hovind is an individual who knows all too well about risking his life and freedom.
You realize if this is recorded and gets out, I'm gonna have so much, like, I could die from this.
Okay, well, when you reached out, I was excited. I didn't
Steven,
think you were
you
going to
know,
be telling me about murder.
You know that we can share secret information without it leaking. Like, we've already.
Yes, we have.
We're on the
Yep.
level.
Who was Mark going to murder? Was it Kent?
Okay, so, and again, I would never reveal that publicly, but Mark said that out loud, publicly.
Yep, I remember.
So it's not me revealing this. This is what Mark said. Mark was freaking out. And he was getting a plane ticket. He wanted to go do what Zaire and their family was going to do so that they didn't get in trouble. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm going to go do it so that Zaire doesn't get in trouble. But then Skylar talked him out of it. He's like, you got to think of your daughter. You can't do this. He was like freaking out. Mm-hmm. And Skylar convinced him not to do it.
Turned down for what?
DVD number 5 was going to be the end-all to the lies we teach our children in the textbooks. And DVD number 5 is why they really needed to get rid of Dr. Kent Hovind. Enter Exhibit A, DVD number 5. DVD number 5 is what cost Kent Hovind 10 years of his life. The United States government would frame it as structuring. An individual taking amounts under the $10,000 threshold, which would then populate the required forms being filed for the IRS to follow along with those large transactions. It's a law that was created to try to detour drug dealers from being able to easily do business. It was made for criminals, but it was somehow used against a pastor running a small theme park in Pensacola, Florida, to lock him up for 10 years, off floppy evidence at that. This is what happened. Buckle up. You have got to see this ride. It's gonna be fun. This is an article from NCSE, National Center for Science Education, July 14th, 2006. Kent Hovind arrested on federal charges. Kent Hovind, the evangelist who styles himself Dr. Dino and runs the Creation Science Evangelism Ministry as well as Dinosaur Adventure Land, a small creationist theme park in Pensacola, Florida, was arrested on July 13th, 2006 on 58 federal charges. The Pensacola News-Journal, July 14, 2006, reports that in court, Hovind professed not to understand the basis for the indictment. "I still don't understand what I'm being charged for and who is charging me," he said. The news journal adds that Hovind has been sparring with the IRS for at least 17 years on his claims that he is employed by God, receives no income, has no expenses, and owns no property. This was the cover charge that they would blanket over Kent Hovind in order to help make him go away. The reason they wanted to make Kent Hovind go away was because of DVD number 5. And as we go along in this episode further, we will show how DVD number 5 is referenced by SWAT teams that are searching Kent Hovind's residence when they arrest him and Mrs. Hovind, and even refuse her the right to get dressed before being dragged down for interrogation, something that's usually reserved for hardened drug dealers. How did Kent Hovind get on the radar? Well, there's multiple stories about how this could have happened, but the two most likely stories is that the IRS noticed Kent Hovind on a television station, Kent Hovind bragging about the way he structures his taxes, and the IRS happened to catch an episode of it, and they went to figure it out. The other story is that Kent Hovind was turned in by Rebecca Horton, Pensacola Christian College senior vice president. This was back in the 1990s. She somehow figured out about Kent Hovind's anti-tax stand, which is hilarious because he's never been openly against taxes. He's just against taxes that he doesn't owe. And she turned him in. This gets into a whole tangled mess with Glenn Stoll, who had his own issues with the IRS.
I have this press release from the Department of Justice, stated April 27, 2005. I'm not going to, I'll read the whole thing, but I'll just give you some of the high points. That Glenn Stoll of Edmonds, Washington, was barred from promoting a tax fraud scheme using sham trusts. Do you think that that's what might have happened to you? Was this association with Glenn Stoll?
Well, you have to take that sentence at a time. I agree that nobody should get into a tax fraud scheme, and I wasn't, and I don't think he is either. Read that first sentence very slowly and carefully. What is it?
Sure.
New reaction from some of the small business owners targeted by an IRS law that is designed to catch criminals. The IRS permitted to seize bank accounts without a warrant and without even filing any criminal charges. But now some of these innocent Americans affected say that it has taken a big toll on their lives. And how could it not?
I had to scramble. I had to borrow. I had to beg. I had to put money on my credit cards. Things I've never done before. It's been a year from hell.
No doubt. That is one of the clients that is represented by Larry Salzman in this case. He is with the Institute for Justice. Larry, welcome. Good to have you here. So this law, just to catch everybody up at home, if you make deposits smaller than $10,000, which many small businesses do across the country because they want to get that cash out of their, the business and put it into the bank so it's in a safe place, but that can trigger an IRS investigation, and then they can take the money out of your account on suspicion that maybe you're a drug dealer or maybe you're up to something no good because you're trying to keep it under that 10,000 threshold, correct?
That's right. The problem here are civil forfeiture laws. Civil forfeiture laws allow the government to take your property without charging you, let alone convicting you of any crime based upon a mere suspicion that your property is involved in crime.
All right, this was the Dinosaur Adventure Land properties. This is what it's all about. This is what Ken Hovind was fighting for. And we love our brother Ken Hovind. We want to support him, and his trial's coming up. And this is the property, and we want to ask, we got a couple of dogs coming up. We want to say that, the government's getting very tyrannical, and we just want to have everybody do the right thing. We want to have everybody just do what's right. And if Ken Hovind wants to keep his property, we need to support that. There are some of us that believe that property was taken away illegally, and we want to support our brother.
By strange coincidence, I'm sure, there is a plethora of strange happenstances surrounding the case, concerning Kent Hovind and the IRS. Just to name a few, let's go down a list. The IRS SWAT team in 2006. Pastor Hovind and his wife were arrested at gunpoint and refused the right to get dressed. This is an abuse and a travesty against a pastor in the United States of America. This was one of the first falls of the United States Constitution concerning how religious leaders are treated in the United States. Pastor Hovind's wife served jail time too, a much lesser sentence, however, than Kent, as a warning to submit and take what was coming his way. What a terrible feeling of destitute, to know that you're being ramrodded by the United States government, and to also know that you have to sit there and take it. You have to sit there and watch your rights be violently stolen from you, or else, if you speak out against it, your wife could lose her freedom. Next up, U.S. Attorney Michelle M. Heldmeyer and Assistant U.S. Attorney John David Roy Atchison. This is some of the most interesting facts pertaining to the entire case, things that are always looked over. And by the time we get done painting this entire picture for you, you'll understand exactly why a small town pastor from Pensacola, Florida, spent 8 years in federal prison over taxes. In 1993, Judge Richard Credler was busted for illegal porn. He then committed suicide. 1 year later, in 1994, Michelle Heldmeyer, U.S. Attorney versus Kent Hovind, made national news when it was discovered that her husband, Joseph Heldmeyer, was on the same mailing list as Judge Credler. There was not sufficient evidence to convict Michelle Heldmeyer, but what's interesting is that her husband was also never convicted. How very, very interesting. An Assistant U.S. Attorney John David Roy Atchison committed suicide after being caught trying to sexually exploit and rape a child that was only 5 years old, only days after prosecuting Kent Hovind.
New at 5, a disturbing case of perverted justice. He's sworn to uphold the law, to prosecute those who commit crimes. But tonight, this man, a Justice Department officer, is charged after being caught in an internet sexting involving children. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And we do want to tell you that we should caution you. What you're learning tonight is very disturbing.
Yes, an assistant U.S. attorney from Florida finds himself on the wrong side of the law tonight. He's accused of going after a 5-year-old girl from right here in Metro Detroit.
The intended victim is from Macomb County. The Florida lawman is from a town of Pensacola down in Florida. But at this hour, he's being held in a local jail cell. Local 4 Steve Garagiola is live in downtown Detroit with more on how this case came down.
Oh, it is just incredibly disturbing. Not only is this guy an assistant United States attorney, but he's also president of a youth sports association in the city where he lives near Pensacola, Florida. So he's got a lot of contact with young children. Now, this was a sting operation, so there is no actual victim in this case. But what is truly frightening is that based on statements from the accused, there are very likely many real children out there who are victims. John David Atchison, arrested yesterday at Metro Airport upon arrival from Florida, made his first appearance in Detroit federal court today. According to a deposition from the FBI special agent in charge of the investigation, Atchison told the undercover detective to tell her daughter that, quote, "You found her a sweet boyfriend who will bring her presents." The undercover detective expressed concern about physical injury to a 5-year-old girl engaged in sexual activity. The suspect responds, "I am always gentle and loving, not to worry." Most disturbing to investigators is the suspect's third response. When the detective asks, "How can you be certain there will be no injury?" The suspect responds, "Just gotta go slow and very easy. I've done it plenty." Atchison is 53 years old, an assistant United States attorney in Pensacola, Florida, who described himself online as a family man. So Atchison remains in federal custody right now. A detention hearing happens tomorrow, at which time a judge will entertain questions about bond. Rhonda?
Oh, Steve, this is so disturbing. Can you tell us what was the connection to Michigan? Does this assistant U.S. attorney have any special connection here to Metro Detroit?
Well, actually, no. He has no connection to Metro Detroit. And here, credit has to go to the Macomb County Sheriff's Department and their MACE unit, which is Macomb Area Computer Enforcement Team. They set up the online sting. And in fact, they have arrested 3 out-of-state suspects who have tried to engage sex with a minor. So the work of the Macomb County Sheriffs is really paying off, that work they're doing online.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've reported on their successes with that unit many times, Steve. We're glad it worked in this case.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting about all this is that Judge Casey Rogers, overseeing the entire court matter, told Kent Hovind that his tax charges were worse than rape, and we'll go over that later. But what's funny about that is I can't help but wonder if she knew that one of the prosecutors, the assistant prosecutor, was going to be busted for trying to rape a 5-year-old just a few days later. And I also wonder if she knew that the senior prosecutor on the case's husband was on a mailing list for illegal pornography. And I'm not going to tell you what type of illegal pornography, but as you can imagine, it's a very heartbreaking type. Even though there was not sufficient evidence to convict Michelle Hedmeyer, her husband, who was on the mailing list and it was confirmed, was never convicted. How interesting. Judge Margaret Casey Rogers makes a chilling statement that Kent Hovind's tax charges were worse than rape. Later, that was erased from the court transcript, which is funny considering how we mentioned before that both the prosecutors were related to, let's just say, child rape and pornography.
From the original charge. Pensacola, New Jersey. But his original charges should be overturned. The original case, Judge Margaret Casey. Yeah, but you realize the same judge was the judge in his first term? And the same cheat sheet, the same prosecution, and this IRS. You ever read the book?
What they did to Kent Hovind was worse than rape. Now, Dr. Gray Dixon, along with 7 other witnesses of the trial, heard Judge Casey Rogers make the statement that Kent Hovind's charge was worse than rape. What crime was worse than rape? Structuring.
And I'm speaking to you about structuring deposits to evade reporting requirements, commonly referred to as structuring. The Bank Secrecy Act requires that any cash transaction over $10,000 has a currency transaction reporting, and that has to be filed.
Kent Hovind spent 8 years locked up for withdrawing his own money in amounts of under $10,000 so that it wouldn't need to be reported by the IRS, something literally almost everyone in the United States has done at some point or another. Now here's another interesting way they ramrodded Kent Hovind. To request an appeal, you have to have the court transcript. Kent Hovind had the official transcript withheld from him until the appeal was 4 months after the deadline. This is a national injustice. Kent Hovind was manipulated, he was shamed, he had all his rights as an American taken away from him, and Judge Casey Rogers still walks the streets as a free woman after violating an American citizen's constitutional rights. This is one of the biggest travesties in American history. Did we mention how Judge Casey Rogers hates Christians? Well, interesting fact. Judge Casey Rogers has a harsh record towards believers. She issued a contempt order against 2 school teachers for praying before eating. She wanted to have them arrested. The source is Washington Times, September 17th, 2009. The article was called "Lawmakers Back Officials Facing Jail for Praying." The same judge gave Kent Hovind 10 years. Was also appointed a case later on concerning Kent Hovind, which was ultimately dismissed, where she tried to give Kent Hovind a life sentence for alleged mail fraud. Wow, talk about nothing to see here, people. No, nothing to see here at all. And this judge is still on the streets, persecuting believers to this day. This woman is being a menace to society, and we're giving her one of the most honored positions in the United States justice system. It's disgusting that Casey Rogers is still a judge.
All right, we have Kent Hovind on the line. He's talking to Nico right now. We're going to put him on the board and go to him as soon as they're ready. He is a political prisoner, and he'll only have 15 minutes on the line with us. We're going to go to Kent Hovind right now. Political prisoner, more than a decade in prison, indicted under structuring that the New York Times will put on screen. Last year admitted is a total criminal fraud. Hearings last month in Congress admitting it's incredible. You simply take money out of your own bank account as cash, and they claim that you're trying to steal money and launder it, and then they put a preacher who reached over 1 billion people in 30-plus languages, exposing the myth of modern Darwinism as a socialist religion. And the left loves the fact he's in prison. They have all these shows about it, and now they're targeting Christians by the tens of thousands with the IRS. If we don't get past the fear and stand up against them, they're going to come for everybody. Mr. Hovind, you're a hero for the First Amendment, and you're a hero for alternative history, and it's not illegal to do that, but evidently in your case it is. You're a political prisoner. We know we've only got about 12 minutes left with you, so you've got the floor.
Well, thank you so much, sir. It's an honor. I've loved your program for years. Yes, I certainly feel like a POW, prisoner of war. In case folks haven't followed it, there's a whole lot of tons of information on 2peter3.com. Just the number 2, the word Peter, and the number 3 for 2 Peter 3 in the Bible. To summarize quickly, I was a high school science and math teacher for 15 years. I moved to Pensacola in 1989, became an evangelist traveling the world speaking on the subject of creation, evolution, and dinosaurs. And I was targeted very early by the IRS, the early 90s. I tried everything to find out, what do you want? I answered their letters. They never answered mine. Finally, they came with a SWAT team and threw everybody off the property, held my wife hostage for 17 hours, made her open the church safe, took all the money out of there. It's just a long, sad story, and everything is up on 2 Peter 3, and we have tried everything. So,
Let's talk diesel therapy. In 8 years, Kent Hovind was moved around the country 23 times. What this does is it prevents your family from coming to support you and visit you in fellowship and give you that mental healing and therapy that you desire, but also it increases your chance of being brutally hurt or murdered. When you move an inmate around prisons that many times, it increases the chance and possibility of them being placed with a violent criminal. They were trying to kill Kent Hovind to cover up what they did. Because what they did is one of the most illegal travesties in the United States justice system. On top of this, 2 different jurors were dismissed in order to obtain the conviction. How interesting. How interesting that we're never told that in order to convict Kent Hovind, in addition to the jurors having to listen to how his charges were worse than rape, which I mind you, it is a judge's obligation to be unbiased. The jurors pass the judgment, the judge gives the punishment. IRS Special Agent Scott Schneider, he seized just over $42,000 from the CSE ministry safe. IRS Special Agent Scott Schneider stole $42,000 from God, from a ministry. Then, to cover his tail, he created a tax bill for the exact amount, $42,000. What a heinous crime in the United States of America. In addition to all this, there was an internet petition with over 19,000 signatures to free Kent Hovind. It vanished from the internet, along with all the video footage from the arrest and trial and the IRS raid. If you do an internet search, you will find link after link after link where the IRS was admitting blame and it was taken and scrubbed off the internet. Almost every video you find from the time Kent Hovind was arrested and raided by the IRS has been completely scrubbed off the internet. Very funny. Super suspicious, in my opinion. In my very humble opinion. Why do you scrub the internet of all the video? Maybe because you know what you did was highly illegal, highly immoral, and one day you'll have to answer for it if you don't cover your tracks and hide all your evidence. The people who have things scrubbed off the internet and have petitions taken down are people with something to hide. And it's time that we, the people of the United States, stand together and make sure that no pastor or religious leader in the United States is ever ramroded by the government like this ever again. In addition to this, it's important that every believer throughout the United States starts contacting their congressmen and has this case looked into, has Kent Hovind's charges overturned, and completely pays restitution to give Kent Hovind back something for the 8 years that they stole from him. They also owe his wife restitution for the time they stole from her life. This act that happened is disgusting, and it's on par with the type of things that happened in communist Russia, where Judge Casey Rogers is no better than a communist Russian. Alright, so let me start drawing together some loose ends for you. You want to know if Kent Hovind didn't really go to prison for his tax structuring, then what did Kent Hovind go to prison for? Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's DVD number 5. Well, what's wrong with DVD number 5? DVD number 5 is absolutely a masterpiece among Kent Hovind material. Bear in mind, at one point in time, Kent Hovind was among the 10 most famous Christians in the world, and his curriculum was used in homeschooling communities. He was so admired. DVD number 5 touched on taxes. It touched on the dangers of evolution, how teaching children that they're animals leads to things like school deletions, mass school deletions, and in addition to that, it taught how racist of a theory evolution and Darwinism is, and how people like Hitler used it to eliminate Jewish peoples. DVD number 5 went into great detail about how most great tragedies throughout time have been the result or the outcome of teachings from evolution.
This is public enemy number 1. Evolution is a dangerous philosophy. Now, I taught science for years. I like science, and I'm not against the science, but folks, there's some just plain old poison mixed in these science books. I believe evolution is a dangerous theory for seven reasons. It is based on nothing but lies, and Satan is the father of lies, okay? The evolution theory removes all morality and all way to discover how to have morality. It's the foundation for humanism, racism, Nazism, communism, and the New World Order, coming soon to a city near you. We'll get into all that as we go along here. Evolution is not only a dangerous theory because it's based on lies only, it's dangerous because it removes all morality. Huxley said, I suppose the reason we leapt at origin of species was the idea of God interfered with our sexual mores. Ooh, we don't want God telling us we can't commit adultery. You know, Joseph Stalin ordered the execution of 14,700 Polish officers, prisoners of war. Why would you execute prisoners of war? I mean, what happened to the Geneva Convention, you know? Why did Hitler kill 6 million people, at least, maybe more? Why did Pol Pot of the Khmer Rouge kill 1/3 of his entire population? I mean, 1/3 of all the Cambodians were killed. Why? Why were the Aborigines treated like animals? They were rounded up and slaughtered. Every single Tasmanian Aborigine was killed. Kip Kinkle said, if there was a God, he wouldn't let me feel the way I do. There is no God, only hate. What happened to Kip Kinkle? Well, in 1998, Kip Kinkle walked into the cafeteria, shot 50 rounds from a semi-automatic rifle, 26 students injured, 2 killed. Later, the bodies of his parents were found in his home. He was arrested, taken to police headquarters where he attempted to murder a detective during his initial questioning. Almost right after the shooting, 5 more students within the Springfield School District in Oregon were arrested for threatening to murder students. One elementary kid shot 5 of his classmates with a BB gun. If there's a God, he wouldn't let me feel the way I do. Well, maybe if Kip Kinkle had been learning, hey, there is a God and he loves you and he's got a plan for your life and you better do what he says, maybe he wouldn't do that kind of thing. Could it be that what we're teaching our kids is causing this problem? See, God's plan is to fill the earth with people. Satan wants exactly the opposite. The Bible says God formed it to be inhabited. Very different in that pre-flood world. We covered that on video 6 of our Blue series. God saw everything and it was very good. That's perfect. That's the way I want it. Satan's plans put it back to 0. He wants to reduce human population with reduced birth rates by abortion. RU-486. By the way, interesting. In the military, when they want to throw something away, what do they call it? You're going to 86 it, right? Are you for 86? You for throwing this kid away? I wonder if they picked that number on accident or on purpose. Birth control, homosexuality, lower cholesterol, that lowers fertility. High cost of living, smaller families, eugenics.
DVD number 5 was a threat to the New World Order. DVD number 5 was a threat to the government institution. It was a threat to the swamp. DVD number 5 exposed government corruption. It exposed it in a legislative level. It exposed government corruption to the judicial branch. It advised Americans to repossess, to take back the rights that had been handed to them by the Founding Fathers, rights that newer generations of Americans had forgot that we had altogether.
And I hope his story comes out. Maybe he'll write an autobiography or somebody will write a biography about him, and those kind of personal things will come out.
Well, it sounds to me like he's a habitual lawbreaker that has no respect for authority. That's the story I'm hearing.
Yeah, of course, that's the way it comes across. And because he's, when you understand our Constitution the way that Kent does,
and he does, yes.
He does. And we've had very few people, because they don't teach it in our schools, unfortunately, anymore. They haven't for 40 years. So we have a generation of young people that don't know the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence, and what all that means, and what our freedoms are, and what they cost us. And Kent does. And so when he just acts as a citizen should, and has every right to, he comes across as a radical. And it's sad. It shows you where our country is today.
Well, let's do this story then, because in this one, it is, in fact, about the money. Show me the video if you can, Dan. These are 2 elected officials in Pennsylvania. They're pleading guilty, get this, to taking kickbacks in exchange for throwing teenagers in jail. How's it work? Well, meet Judge Mark Ciavarella and Judge Michael Kanohan. They pocketed $2.6 million from private youth detention centers who had to keep a very high head count in order to keep their government contract. And that's why the judges were sending kids to their jails who may not necessarily have needed to be in jail. This is unbelievable. Marcia Levick is joining us now. She's the legal director of Juvenile Law Center in Philadelphia. Marcia, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
I don't even know what to ask. I mean, what could these kids have done?
One of the most terrifying things on the face of the earth is when Americans are united. Mountains can be moved when Americans are united. Nations can be conquered when Americans are united. Culture can be changed overnight whenever Americans are united.
To just side with the prosecution.
Causes is something that Americans thrive on. There's nothing more American itself than to be behind and rallying for a good cause. One of these causes that many Americans, evangelical Americans, found worth rallying behind was hashtag Free Kent, or hashtag Free Kent Hovind. Free Kent Hovind movement took off like a storm. It became so embedded in the culture of the United States that you could rarely drive down the road without spotting Free Kent signs in someone's front yard, or Free Kent bumper stickers on somebody's tailgate. It was very hard to drive around town or even attend church without spotting a neighbor or a friend with a Free Kent t-shirt. Christians, believers of all different denominations, rallied behind the fact that Kent Hovind was thrown into jail unjustly. Kent Hovind was already a household name. What the government didn't anticipate, however, is that they would actually, ignorantly at that, turn Kent Hovind from a household name to a Christian martyr with a lot of pull. They also didn't realize that they were literally creating a monster. Because every believer in their heart who was aware of the Free Kent situation, the Free Kent movement, knew that Kent Hovind was put away as an example to believers. Kent Hovind was done wrong to show other Christians of the persecution that could come their way if we did not lie down, show the government our bellies, and expose ourselves as afraid and submissive. Kent Hovind became a battle cry. Free Kent almost developed into the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. The Free Kent movement was more than just a pastor who was wrongfully incriminated and put behind bars to try to forget. The Free Kent movement was a reminder that once the government starts arresting and putting away people that are in the top 10 famous Christians in the U.S., the government can do that to anyone. See, once our religious leaders are persecuted falsely and people stand by and let it happen, that'll become the norm. I think what the government didn't anticipate was the fact that there would be so much outcry. There would be so many phone calls. There would be so many protests outside of courthouses. I think that government workers forgot that we, the people, could still pull together. I actually think that the government workers thought that we, the people, was no longer a community that could be counted on. Those government workers were wrong. Not only did Americans show out en masse to vocalize the fact that we knew our beloved Vindicator was getting the royal shaft, citizens of this country sent out a resounding sound wave to all representatives that we the people are still alive, that we the people have our eyes on them, and that we the people are not so far past and beyond rallying together for a cause like Free Kent.
Yeah. So technically, yeah, I was like about it. I was down. I was ride or die. I was like, I'll go with you and do this shit. Like, I'll go murder. I'll go take out a. I don't think that's murder.
So it was Chris. It wasn't Kent Hovind.
Well, I don't know. My suspicion is that Mark Stoney wants to kill Chris Jones and Kent, but it doesn't make sense if he's protecting Chris. So maybe he doesn't want to kill Chris.
It is odd. Just Kent.
Steven.
Uh-huh.
Mark hates Kent Hovind.
What do we got there, Joseph? Turned down for what? I don't know.
Sunflower, you got it, okay. That doesn't prove they're related to pigs. The public school textbook showed these family trees with everything related to the pig and the sunflower. They have a common grandpa. That's called stupid. Sunflowers teach you a great lesson. You can learn something amazing from a sunflower.
The Free Kent movement was something that was felt generations after the fact, again, when Donald Trump was running for president. It was a passion and a zeal, a patriotic sense of duty, a believer's sense of martyrdom. Kent Hovind started so many fads that go under the radar and he will never get credit for or acknowledgement. Kent Hovind is a household name for many reasons. He is a household name for Dinosaur Adventure Land. Kent Hovind is a household name for being among the most famous creation vindicators in the world. Kent Hovind is a household name for men who would stand up to the government and tell them, you are not entitled to what's God's. But I think the thing that made Kent Hovind the biggest name is Free Kent Hovind. Let's go check that out.
This is Kent Hovind. It is the May 23rd, 2015, and I wanted to share what's going on with my situation. I'm still wearing an orange jumpsuit, obviously, still in the Santa Rosa County Jail, and I should have gone home Monday. Here's the situation. Let me explain how it works for everybody so you know who to call and what to do. In 2007, Congress passed a law called the Second Chance Act, which says if a person's in prison for the first time and it's nonviolent, they can be given 6 months home confinement off the end of their sentence.
Alright, so let's just recap so we're all on the same page. Kent Hovind is being held in the United States as a religious political prisoner under the farce of structuring a crime which, as described in great detail on the previous episode, we've explained almost every American in the United States is guilty of. It's a law that they use to catch drug dealers, but that actually, in terminology, absolutely applies to all Americans. There's no way around it. So we can see the abuse of power taking place. We can start to draw a picture of why. We showed how dangerous DVD number 5 was to the establishment, which, by the way, run the biggest pedophile ring in the world.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Could you please give us your name? Jeffrey Epstein.
This has been drawn through conclusions leading to Jeffrey Epstein. That has been pointing fingers back to the Clinton administration since the 90s. None of this is new. However, it is all now becoming mainstream. The first tip of the exposure of these demonic people engaged in these sex trafficking rings of children, the first exposures were done by God himself as retaliation for the persecution of one of his anointed, Kent Hovind.
What you're learning tonight is very disturbing.
Yes, an assistant U.S. attorney from Florida finds himself on the wrong side of the law tonight. He's accused of going after a 5-year-old girl from right here in Metro Detroit.
The intended victim is from Macomb County.
Dr. Kent Hovind has spent the last 8 years in prison for things he didn't do. Charged with structuring a law which the IRS has since apologized for and changed their policies regarding, yet all the while, Dr. Hovind was in prison. For those who are not following the latest court case, Kent was put back on trial with the same judge, Judge Margaret Rogers, who put him away for 8 years on bogus charges. Now the retrial of Dr. Hovind. They have once again thrown bogus charges at him, all of which, except for one, have not stuck.
Okay, it's March 12th. Here's the verdicts as the jury read them. Kent E. Hovind, he had 4 counts against him. Count 1, conspiracy to commit mail fraud, unable to come to a verdict. Count 2, mail fraud, unable to come to a verdict. Count 3, criminal contempt of court, guilty. Count 4, mail fraud, unable to come to a verdict. So basically, Kent E. Hovind was found guilty of criminal contempt of court, and that was it. The rest of them were unable to come to a verdict. However, criminal contempt of court, as per my understanding, has an unlimited maximum sentence. So with this particular judge, that's a tough situation, and we'll have to wait and see. She put the sentencing for Kent E. Hovind Friday, June the 12th, 2015 at 9 a.m. Anything else anybody wants to say?
You might want to say that the Kent Hovind's criminal contempt of court was from a June 2007 order.
Right. If I understand,
which was barely discussed during the whole proceedings.
Right.
I didn't even know that he had a second contempt
Right.
of court. I just knew the 2012. I didn't know anything about 2007. I was there for most of the trial.
Right.
Right now it is being deliberated whether Dr. Hovind will once again return to prison for charges which have no limited sentence. What that means is the judge can arbitrarily assign any amount of time she wants to Dr. Hovind for contempt of court, something that occurred back in 2007, when all he was doing was attempting to fight against the charges against him.
Yes, we need to get as many letters as we can to the defense attorney, Thomas Keith, here in Pensacola, Florida. They need to be addressed to the judge and sent care of Thomas Keith.
Amen.
And
Amen.
support of Kent.
And should we also write Mr. Miller, the congressman?
I would recommend that we all write Jeff Miller.
Okay.
Any of the congressional leadership here.
Okay.
We need to be contacting them and putting as much pressure as we can on for a pardon.
Amen.
See, the establishment thought that putting Kent Hovind in prison for 10 years would stop Kent Hovind. But they were wrong. Being in prison did not stop Kent Hovind from witnessing. Kent Hovind led almost 800 men to the Lord.
Welcome to our YouTube channel. This is Kent Hovind testing out a new camera. This is going to be a short one. Hopefully we'll be able to get all the techno stuff worked out where this will be even better quality. You can see all the stuff in the background and everything. Thank you so much, Max, for the new camera and tripod and everything. Appreciate you. I got a letter in the mail
yesterday, I believe. Carl Heath was one of the prisoners I led to the Lord while I was in the hole in Yazoo City, Mississippi. I never met him. We were talking through the air conditioning vent, and he was just very ready and anxious to know the Lord, and amazing opportunity there to witness through the AC vent while we're both in solitary confinement, or at least in the hole. Here's a letter that he sent me, and if you'd like to write to him, I think it'd be a great blessing. This is going to be a real short video because it is a test of the new camera system. Okay. Dear Brother Kent, I pray that you and your family are doing well. I want to thank you for saving my soul. Technically, it was the Lord saved him, not me. Okay, I can't save anybody. I walked away from being a Mormon. You opened my eyes. By the way, we did talk a lot about Mormonism through the vent there. You opened my eyes in so many ways. God bless you. I read the Bible each day now. Today, I read about how we become increasingly aware of our sinfulness and weakness. How I know and see now that I walk with the Lord when I do sin, I see it and feel bad. The few letters I did get from people has been a blessing. Please, could you put my address on YouTube? Getting letters of the Word of God not only puts a smile on my face, but helps me so much with reading my Bible. I don't know if you heard the good news, but I will be out of the hole next month and on my way to a new prison. I am so done with the old life and the things I was doing. This September of 2015, September 7th, is 4 years of being sober from all drugs. Smiley face. It feels good, and I know that with God's help, please keep my family in your prayers as I will do the same for you. God bless you. Take care.
Being in prison for 10 years, they thought would stop Kent Hovind from baptizing people. It didn't. Kent Hovind baptized hundreds and hundreds of men in the faith as new believers. They thought putting Kent Hovind away for 8 to 10 years would stop the spread of his materials, but it didn't. Homeschooling groups spread his material around like hotcakes.
The more you study about what's happening in the world and the New World Order coming soon, just read Psalms 2. It'll calm you right down. It's a good tranquilizer. The kings of the earth set themselves. The rulers take counsel together against the Lord, against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. God is laughing at their plans for a New World Order.
I think our nation is under attack from an invader that's riding our light. It's not Iran or Iraq, and in fact, it's an inside plan and an organized trap. No other country that I'd rather be than the US of A, the land of the free, the home of the brave. But what can I say? It seems like our freedoms are melting away as each generation becomes more complacent, lazy and ignorant, scared, independent, afraid to be bold and stand for what's right, enslaved and controlled and frozen with fright. The only thing needed for evil to prosper is those who know better, unwilling to stop it. United we stand, divided we fall. It's time we demand that these problems got solved. As a nation, there's anticipation. We're praying for justice and exoneration. We've been waiting and we've been patient. Now we demand whole vindication. On the edge as a nation, there's anticipation. We're praying for justice and exoneration. We've been waiting and we've been patient. Now we demand whole vindication. These government agents forgetting their servants, abusing their powers, it makes people nervous. And now we see riots against cops and judges, a rush to pass judgment with all that it touches. They imprison people for victimless crimes, then lobby with unions to rob them all blind. Just think for a minute if all of their tickets to standing by all of us driving the speed limit dependent on inmates to finance the system, incentives to keep them locked up in the prison. Now what would they do if no one broke laws and all of us just sat and sang kumbaya? I ask you to wonder and ponder these questions. How far would they go to maintain job protection? Breeds us seduction that feeds us corruption, and most of us all sit around and do nothing. As a nation, there's anticipation. We're praying for justice and exoneration. We've been waiting and we've been patient. Now we demand whole vindication. On the edge as a nation, there's anticipation. We're praying for justice us heroes, protecting us daily with valor, respecting our rights to protest and gather. Let's all stand together, exposing the frauds, the ones in control behind the facade. Then maybe, just maybe, we'll take back the reins and regain the power and clean out the cage. Creating a nation ran by the people, acknowledging God with all of us equal. A nation, there's anticipation. We're praying for justice and exoneration. We've been waiting and we've been patient. Now we demand whole vindication. On the edge as a nation, there's anticipation. We're praying for justice and exoneration. We've been waiting and we've been patient. Now we demand whole vindication.
He really kicked this whole, what's the proper role of government? Should the IRS be here? And was very outspoken about that. And somebody took one of his tapes, sent it to the IRS, and said, this guy is a tax protester. And that's what actually kind of started a whole investigation on Kent Hovind. Because of the stance he was taking, and because of the nature of his just, listen, I'm not breaking the law, and there's nothing you can do about it, stance, that he was made a target by the government. Made a target by the government. Made a target by the government.
There was no stopping it. They created a monster. The wicked establishment, the corrupt swamp, created a monster. They found the right charismatic Southern gentleman. They found the right Baptist pastor with a backbone and spine of steel. They just picked the wrong day. That was their mistake. And they picked someone that was charming enough to unite people behind a movement. Something we haven't really seen in a political politician even since, let's be honest, Ronald Reagan. There's few people that Americans will get out of their house for in this day and age and rally outside a courthouse in front of the government in the rain. People did it for Kent Hovind. I believe people would do it again today for Kent Hovind. See, the government made a huge mistake. They overlooked the fact that people know he's innocent.
Alright guys, I had to go to Fry's to get a computer because mine stopped working. And my wife, she's putting freaking Hovind on all the laptops. So anybody that walks by gets to see freaking Hovind. You got him going, babe?
Their internet is very slow.
Freaking Hovind.
They overlooked the fact that creationists are loyal supporters. They overlooked the fact that Kent Hovind is God's anointed, and that there is a hedge of protection around him, that no matter what flames come flying in the form of an arrow from the enemy, Kent Hovind has a hedge of protection around him. He will be protected. He will be safe. He will continue on the gospel. Put him in prison, he'll lead 800 prisoners to the Lord. And when he gets out, he'll reestablish a ministry and he'll get right back to work. Another thing that the government didn't anticipate is that Kent Hovind would fuel a plethora of small creation ministries, including my own. Kent Hovind has made a significant dent in growing the kingdom. Not just souls that will be in heaven, but here on earth. Growing ministries, the establishment of new ministries. Kent Hovind is a spiritual father to many a soul. Many. He's led many people to the Lord. He's discipled thousands of people. The government had no idea what they were doing. And now they created a monster. Now they created something that they couldn't control. It spiraled out of control. And it started exposing their own wicked evil deeds. Now they had a problem on their hands. They had Christians calling courthouses. They had Christians calling state representatives. They had a boulder rolling downhill that they were not going to be able to stop anytime soon. Let's get into some of the interviews.
All right, we have Kent Hovind on the line. He's talking to Nico right now. We're going to put him on the board and go to him as soon as they're ready. He is a political prisoner, and he'll only have 15 minutes on the line with us. We're going to go to Kent Hovind right now. Political prisoner, more than a decade in prison, indicted under structuring that the New York Times will put on screen. Last year admitted is a total criminal fraud. Hearings last month in Congress admitting it's incredible.
Because being in prison did not stop Kent Hovind from doing interviews either.
All right, Dr. Hovind, it's February the 27th, and I've just got a couple of questions for you, sir. Regarding two things. One thing is that it is my understanding, and it just boggles my mind, that this IRS agent Scott Snyder is going to be allowed a special seat at the prosecutor table and will be called in to provide witness testimony. And because he's going to be able to see the other witnesses, it just seems like a completely wrong thing to happen, and I'm curious if you could care to discuss that or comment that.
Hi friends, this is Coach Dave Daubenmire at newswithviews.tv at newswithviews.com. Thanks for tuning in today. I just returned from Pensacola, Florida with a group of friends of mine, and we went down to stand with our friend Dr. Kent Hovind, who's on trial in Pensacola, Florida, for the charge of mail fraud. I think it's important that I give you a little bit of information that's certainly been misreported in the press. And anytime you do a Google search or anything like that on Dr. Hovind, the wrong information comes up. Let me make this very clear. Dr. Kent Hovind has served 100 months in jail, not for tax issues. You'll do a Google search and they'll say that he's a tax protester or a tax evasion or whatever. Dr. Kent Hovind has spent 100 months in jail, 8.5 years, for the issue of structuring. And just recently, the commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, John Koskinen, just came out and issued an apology to Americans all across the spectrum for having misused the idea of structuring in seizing bank accounts. If my recollection is correct, it was like 127 people across America last year who had their bank accounts seized because of charges of structuring. So it would be important for us to understand what structuring is. It was a policy that was put in place to help law enforcement deal with drug dealers who were trying to launder money. And the law said that anytime a cash deposit of $10,000 or a cash withdrawal of $10,000 was made, it had to be reported to the IRS. Well, people began to get around that by taking out less than $10,000, maybe $9,500, which is what Dr. Kent Hovind did. Now, there's nothing illegal about doing that. It is his own money. He would go to the bank and he would take out the money, $9,500 a week, maybe, and pay the people that he owed money to, pay the expenses of their ministry, of the people who worked for him. Instead of having to do 1099s or whatever was involved with that. Well, the IRS put together this policy based on structuring, put in place specifically for drug dealers, and that is what they charged Kent Hovind with, was structuring, not tax evasion. He never evaded any taxes at all. And then to top it off, folks, after Kent Hovind, over a period of several years, took $9,000 a week out of his bank account to pay his bills, he didn't stuff it in a pillow or under a mattress. It was his money that the ministry had earned. After Kent Hovind had amassed about $434,000 in withdrawals over the period of time paying his bills, the IRS said, listen, because that money was involved in structuring, that money belongs to us. And they tried to seize $434,000 from Dr. Hovind. And of course, he didn't have $434,000 because why? They'd spent it. They'd paid it. They weren't trying to hide anything from anybody. So Dr. Hovind, when he was put in jail, then they went about the idea of trying to seize the property to come up with the $434,000. And what Dr. Hovind is on trial today, folks, he is not a tax protester or a tax evader. What Dr. Hovind is on trial today for, and I consider it piling on, is what they called mail fraud from jail. Now, what he did was a perfectly legal action, filing court actions from jail. He's done that for the 8 years he's been in there, trying to get himself free. He filed a motion whereby he put into the file of his properties a legal document saying, listen, this property is still being contested. This is not a free and clear property. And so when they would do a title search, someone wanted to buy his property, they'd do a title search. This letter would be in there saying, listen, there's some debate as to who owns this property. Buyer beware. You're buying some property that's still in dispute. Perfectly legal that he did it. But because the judge had told him to stop doing that, stop filing the reports, to stop filing the appeals, they found him in contempt of court. So Kent Hovind is in jail, or is in court today for two things: mail fraud. Listen, folks, if he had taken that filing and he had hand carried it to the courthouse, it would not be mail fraud. Do you understand that? It would not be mail fraud. But he couldn't hand carry it. It had to go through the mail. And issue number two, he has the right to appeal while he's in there. But they're also charging him with contempt of court because he continued to exercise his God-given right, his American right to appeal. The First Amendment says the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. That's what Kent Hovind has done. Folks, he is not a tax protester. He has not refused to pay his taxes. They have seized $434,000 from him already, which was not their money to begin with. And now they want to put Kent Hovind in jail for an additional 20 years. It's amazing. We had the opportunity to be in the courtroom, spent 3 days down there in support of Dr. Kent Hovind, and just want you to know that I believe that the charges that they're bringing against him right now are nothing more than piling on, trying to put him in jail for an additional 20 years. I would request that you'd pray for Dr. Dino, pray for Kent Hovind, that justice would be served. So more than anything in this video, I want to clear something up. He is not a tax protester. He's not in jail for tax evasion. He's not in jail for not properly paying his taxes. He's in jail for a process called structuring, which was designed to be used to combat drug dealers. Is that unbelievable? Pray for Kent Hovind, that justice would be done in his case. This is Coach Dave Daubenmire at newswithviews.tv, at newswithviews.com. We'll see you next time.
Now, Kent Hovind is a true American political prisoner. He's been trying to call in from a federal prison. And I don't want to name the federal prison because they'll run in and start harassing him right away. It'll take the bureaucrats a while to figure out where he's at and try to stop the interview. I mean, it's a legal interview, but we've had him try to stop these before. Kent, when they were indicting him a decade ago or more, was on with us. Creation speaker Dr. Kent Hovind has spent already a decade in federal prison, charged up to 100 years for mail fraud. And you look at what he did, it was nothing. He was a science teacher for 15 years, began a full-time creation ministry, became very successful. He debated more than 100 scientists concerning evolution versus creation and created the well-known 7-part video creation series translated in 32 languages. He reached over 1 billion people. He had a very popular theme park that was 501c3, which there's a lot of other Christian theme parks. You're allowed to have that. But you notice you've had thousands, over 10,000 501c3s denied to Christian charities the last 6 years. The number's more like 15,000, but the oldest number is about 10. And more than 10,000 groups audited or indicted. Mainline conservative groups, pro-gun groups, pro-life groups, pro-veteran groups. Anything right of Mao Zedong, basically. But Kent Hovind was charismatic, nice, friendly, great guy. I didn't particularly agree with his brand of creationism. I already talked about that. Doesn't matter. I don't think men's interpretation of the Bible or these transhumanist eugenicists and Darwin's view and social Darwinism, I don't agree with that as well. There's clear jumps in all this and manipulations, and we're not being given the truth. I mean, the evolutionists have been caught in so many Piltdown Man and other frauds, but I'm not going to debate all that. The age of the earth, any of that. I've read the Bible. I have my own interpretation. And it's wild. And the globalists believe something similar, but from their perspective. So they don't even believe. All the top genetic engineers people, they believe in transpermia and panspermia and off-world seeding. They don't believe this. But the point is, even if you disagree with Kent Hovind, why is he in prison with 2020 specials about the incredible fraud? He said dinosaurs were around during Noah's time and Adam and Eve before that. What a kook. And he doesn't pay taxes and he's going to prison. You can go start any church you want and get 501c3. You can teach that Ronald McDonald is the savior. You can teach whatever you want. That's called religious freedom, the First Amendment. But see, he went to prison. He's been set up so now everybody else is fair game. Who was the minister in Nazi Germany? First they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't one. Then they came for this group. And finally, when they came for me, there was nobody else left to speak. Now, joining us first, and he'll probably ride shotgun with us into Kent being on with us, Mark Adams has been on before. He's writing a book on Congressman Hansen, who I interviewed many years ago. He's sick right now and can't come on. He was indicted multiple times, found not guilty, so they kept arresting him and then driving him around in a truck for months called dieseling until his feet burst. They tortured him in holding cells, you name it, because he was trying to abolish the IRS. You say, why don't more congressmen do that? Because they'll grab you and torture the hell out of you. Federal marshals will. Mark Adams has been fighting for Kent Hovind as well and has the documents and the history. So, Mark, this is about everybody here. But, I mean, such a good, loving, Christian, well-spoken, charismatic, charming guy. I love the fact he's challenging this official religion of Darwinism. And evolution as it's taught is just totally false, been proven false. But regardless, even if Kent Hovind was wrong, he has a First Amendment and a right to be a Christian that teaches his faith, just like Muslims have a right to, their faith. But there's a war on Christians. But let's get into his case for folks that don't know about it right now. Mark Adams.
Well, Alex, it was in 2006. When a jackbooted commie Nazi government Gestapo goon squad arrested Pastor Kent Hovind and his wife Jo at gunpoint inside their home in the dark of night. And then later on that year, Pastor Hovind was convicted on a 58-count indictment. Now, 45 of those counts had to do with so-called structuring. That is, Dr. Hovind was withdrawing money from his bank account in order to fund the needs of his ministry. And for these withdrawals, they were typically more than $5,000, but less than $10,000. And because he was doing that, the government was pursuing him as if he was part of a drug cartel or a terrorist organization.
A guy with no criminal record, a school teacher who had a successful ministry in a theme park, and we just put on screen the New York Times. Let's put it on screen. The headline, Law Lets IRS Seize Accounts on Suspicion, No Crime Reported, that talks about old ladies with tiny businesses. I mean, I pull out cash all the time to give bonuses to people at Christmas and stuff. mean, I'll give $300 to employees. You know, it's like $10,000-$15,000 to get all that out. That's not structuring. That's after-tax money. But this is how they use the, quote, rules, not the law, in a reign of terror. Go ahead.
Exactly. The IRS has a reputation of ruthlessly using these so-called structuring laws to terrorize innocent citizens. There was hearings about this last month, and the upshot of it was that the IRS would try to curtail.
They said, we're going to stop
activity.
doing it and cut it back, and we're sorry for 34,000 innocent people having their lives ruined, or people we threw in prison for no reason, and all our fake juries and the rest of it, because they even go further. But it's just like the ATF last week saying, we won't ban your bullets. They're back this week. And this is a criminal operation.
Are you guys following my pattern? Kent Hovind was done wrong. And what's worse is the government knows they've done wrong, and instead of making it right by paying him restitution, they have shut down YouTube channel after YouTube channel. They have canceled website after website. They have rejected evidence after evidence. There is more blood on the hands of the United States government over Kent Hovind than there is with Donald Trump. Kent Hovind is the original martyr. And we tried to warn you that it would start with Kent, and that next they'd be here for us.
Indeed. And in fact, if you look into the court case itself, it gets even worse. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals upheld his conviction on all of the 45 so-called structuring charges. But in 2013, the 11th Circuit overturned a guilty verdict on a separate case. This was U.S. versus Lang, a separate case of structuring. They overturned the verdict because of the way the federal prosecutors mishandled the case.
And there were clearly orders to go and get him because he was articulate, good-looking, reaching over 1 billion people with his ministry. He was incredibly successful, and so that's why they came after him.
Indeed. And now, and like I said, the bulk of the charges are these so-called structuring charges. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the conviction, but then a little more than a year later, when the same kind of case came before them, they overturned the conviction on this guy, Mr. Lang, because of the way the federal prosecutors mishandled his case. But the procedures that the prosecutors used on Mr. Lang were exactly the same procedures that they use on Hovind, but yet they will not apply that ruling retroactively. So, in other words, they overturned the structuring charges against Lang, but even though the same kind of prosecutor misconduct was being applied in Pastor Kent Hovind's case.
Something I found to be remarkably surprising was the sheer amount of evidence that has been scrubbed or removed off the internet. And I'm serious when I say I have never seen anything like it in my life. In order to make this documentary, I had to go on search engines that were predominantly popular in other countries. I had to search so many back channels of the internet that you guys know just to find regular footage that would have been all over YouTube 10 years ago. There has been so much information hid from we the people, so much information on the trial of Kent Hovind hidden from you, Joe Plummer. There has been such a deceitful cover-up of wrongdoing on the part of the United States government that there is a massive conspiracy to hide what they did by wiping it all off the internet, by making it so that you cannot find anything pertaining, hardly, to the time of Kent Hovind's arrest, his trial, his defense, or anything other than when he was released. Here's my evidence. Look what we have here. Again. And again. And again. And again.
So, I go, Dad, put it away, forget it, who cares? This world is going to burn, this world is not our home, let the legal system do what they want. Let's keep preaching the gospel. And he's done that consistently throughout it. He's led over 400 men to Christ while he's been in prison so far. So he's doing it. Obviously, yeah, there was a target on him for that. He was a voice out there. And so was he targeted? Ultimately, yeah, he was targeted. Just like they're going to target anybody for something like that. So, ultimately, was he targeted? Yeah, I have no problem with that. Was it because he was serving God?
Like, I shouldn't be saying this, but Stephen, I'm telling you, this is what went down.
I know.
We were like ride or die. It was not even like a question. Oh,
and the thing is 3/4 of it was made up.
What was made up?
3/4 of what Mark and Cindy had everybody rallied up over was made up.
I interviewed Mark before I knew who the fuck he was. I thought he was some fucking psycho white supremacist.
You were right the first time. Well, not the supremacist part.
And then he admitted that white supremacist. It's in his past, but
what do we got there, Joseph? Turn down for what? I don't know.
Now, what would you do if your government literally locked you away like an animal for crimes you didn't commit for 8.5 years of your prime? Well, You'd probably be bitter. You would probably be filled with hate. You may walk away from the faith, or at the very least, you would end up as a Sunday pew warming Christian that's not very involved in the tenets of our relationship with the Lord. Kent Hovind was different, though. Kent Hovind came out and he hit the ground running. He was never more ready for ministry than he was when he was released after 8.5 years in prison.
Well, this is it, son. This is it. 9 years in the making. You got a lot of people out there that have been praying for you. Thousands and thousands of testimonies coming in. People that have seen your tapes. And you're ready to get back out there, I know.
We are headed home now. We're in Mississippi. This Saturday, July 11th, will be the 9th anniversary of when the indictment was issued against me. It's been a long, interesting...
And you guys are all invited to the party this Saturday at 29 Cummings Road. So
my BOP, they give you this for free to go home.
You gotta. I think they spent a good $3 on that one.
And these Chinese tennis shoes, yeah, they're good, $1.50. So I'm all set.
Well, we got some different clothes for you in the car.
Oh, you do?
We got some new clothes for you.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh man. Well, thank you guys for all your prayers. Anything else you want to say to them?
Well, it has been an amazing journey. God has been really good. I can see why so much of the Bible is written from prison. It just gives you a totally new perspective on 1,000 things, you know. And it's coming to the world. It's happening now in many countries, and it's Christians in America are so not ready for what's about to hit that this is. I think it's. I'm glad in 1,000 ways that God let this happen. It hurt in 1,000 ways too.
Now, this is not to say that there were not hiccups, as there often are. There were definitely hiccups. For instance, wife number one, Jo, was so terrified of the IRS and the government trying to come after them again that she would end up filing for divorce. Now, Kent loved her very deeply, and by all accounts, Jo also loved Kent Hovind very deeply, and they shared 40 wonderful years of marriage together. But Jo did not want to walk around with the swinging axe above her head for the rest of her life, and without going into too much gruesome detail, poor Jo had a very hard time of her stay in prison. Florida, Pensacola, being the place where Kent and Jo were living at the time, is a no-fault state. So, unfortunately, Kent Hovind was not able to stop the divorce from going through. It was granted. And after 8.5 years being locked away from your loved ones and being kept away from the embrace of a woman, Kent Hovind would desperately be lonely, and believing that it is not good for a man to be alone, Kent Hovind decided to move on. And not only did he move on from Pensacola, Florida, and he relocated in the beautiful Lenox, Alabama. Things are going quite well. He is reshooting and updating a lot of his old intellectual property after starting over from scratch with nothing but the clothes on his back and an RV to live in. He contacts an old friend, Mary Tocco. Mary Tocco is an advocate against vaccinating children, and she had done a lot of work on the matter. She's actually known as one of the foremost experts on vaccinations for that side of the opinion. And to make this segment a little shorter, Kent Hovind and Mary Tocco would begin a brief courtship. They would eventually get married. Mary Tocco would relocate to Lenox, Alabama, and they would begin a marriage together running Dinosaur Adventure Land. However, there were issues. A lot like Jo, Mary would constantly be in fear of the IRS, and it's something that caused a lot of conflict between her and Kent. Kent seeing that you can play a little loose sometimes, maybe with some rules, and Mary wanting to cross every T and dot every I, even when it didn't require a cross or a T, out of fear that she, like Joe before her, would spend time in prison if the IRS ever decided to come sink their fangs back into the famed evangelist Kent Hovind ever again. Mary Toko reasonably wanted to protect herself. She went as far as requesting that in exchange for her staying and helping run the ministry, Kent Hovind establish multiple children of her onto the board. A 5-man board with her children running the majority of it. And she also wanted to implement other changes that made Kent Hovind uncomfortable. Not that they were unreasonable, but they made him uncomfortable. This brings us to a place where there's conflict. There is a separation, and because Kent Hovind is not willing to basically turn over running the entire ministry to her family so that Mary Toko can feel secure in her living circumstance, Kent Hovind denies the request, and it turns into an ultimatum, which Kent Hovind rejects, and Mary Toko leaves Kent Hovind. Kent tries to get Mary to return, out of reasonably fearing that she too will spend time in prison like Joe before her. She opts out of the marriage very desperately, and Mary Toko, again, out of reasonably...
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, Lord, I want to be...
Hello, my name's Kent Hovind. I'm at Dinosaur Adventure Land in Lenox, Alabama. We have 5 lakes on the property. We're going to build a Christian campground here. We've had 9 baptisms so far in this lake right here. If you want to come join us, come on down. If you want to help us build what we're building, go to drdino.com. Thank you.
Now, a while passes, and Kent Hovind is now in a position where he is very lonely. He's running Dinosaur Adventure Land. He is stressed out, and he is sad for companionship. And he feels like he was robbed by Satan. He feels like he was robbed of a family by the government. And he's lonely. And he's afraid that after all these years, he'll die alone. And due to the fact that the first wife left him, and he was no longer in bondage to her, due to that fact, biblically, and also due to the fact that Mary Toko left Kent Hovind, so that he was not biblically bound to her either, we were introduced to Cindy Lincoln. Now, Cindy Lincoln is a huge stumbling block in the entire story. And I'm going to have to explain why.
Welcome to our Science Center, where God gets the glory for his creation instead of evolution, because we are sick of that. Our kids...
Okay, so Cindy Lincoln was a friend of Mary Toko. She lived at Dinosaur Adventure Land, and she was a volunteer at the ministry. When Kent finally decided he was ready to start dating again, and he wanted to find a Mrs. Hovind for growing old together with...
Paradise in the beginning. It was the Garden of Eden. It was beautiful. Everybody would want to be there.
Cindy Lincoln volunteered her services as a wife to marry Kent. And oddly, Kent said yes, and he ended up married to Cindy Lincoln. Now, Cindy was a very kind wife for a year, and she was also a really good human being when she wanted to be, and she was a confidant for a good while, even to myself. But Cindy Lincoln also had some very dark issues. For instance, Cindy Lincoln was not well. Here's an example.
Just leave?
Yep.
Why, I've got nothing to be ashamed of in anything I would say.
If you're back to the recording issue...
I'm going to have to record for my protection, Cindy.
Leave!
This is my house.
Leave!
No, this is my house.
Leave!
I don't want to leave.
Leave.
I'd like to get some resolution.
No, you don't.
Yes, I really do.
Start out by recording.
Yes, I'm recording right now. I have to for my
You
protection.
do not have to. That is an insult from the get-go.
You can record our conversation.
I don't want to. You won't leave and I will.
Well, you continually called me a liar this
Shut
morning.
up. There's not a single text that says anything about it.
Oh, you were yelling out of the bathroom while I was walking out. Liar, 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 liar. Weren't you when you were getting in the shower this morning?
It was.
You were.
Unfortunately, due to some of these episodes, which were always sporadic and you were always unable to gauge or control or even offset, Cindy Lincoln frankly became unmanageable, and Kent Hovind had to, by request of his legal advisement, had to start recording Cindy.
With the same power that raised Jesus from the dead. Just ask for your guidance, Lord.
And due to the fact that he had to record her, it led to this incident.
Hate! I hate you!
I've done nothing but good.
Yes! Oh, that is a big lie!
I don't understand why you let the bitterness rule in your heart.
Because you are ugly!
What have I done ugly to you?
Why are you recording?
Because this I have to protect myself.
That's a lie! That is a lie! Get out! Get out! Get out!
This is my house!
Damn phone!
What are you doing, Cindy? Why would you jump on me and grab me,
Now, I have a really interesting perspective on all of this because I actually know both people involved in the situation, and after leaving Dinosaur Adventure Land on bad terms in 2020 with my family, I ended up becoming friends with Cindy Lincoln, and I would take her side on all of the matter, and her and I would plot to try to destroy Kent Hovind. We would go out of our way to find recordings and audio that she had illegally obtained of Kent. We would go through checking audio that Cindy had illegally obtained of Kent, and we would take things out of context and we would upload them to YouTube channels to make it public domain information that we could then share on public YouTube channels and we could use to try to destroy Kent Hovind. That was part one. Part two were the interviews. So we tried to gather as many former disgruntled volunteers as possible. We coached them into telling very heavy-handed, one-sided stories of events. So not actually lies, but very one-sided stories of a telling. And as I've heard it before, half a truth presented as the whole truth is no truth at all. What Cindy Lincoln and I did was wrong. We painted Kent Hovind to be a monster that he was not. And I ended up having many issues with Cindy Lincoln over time, and Cindy Lincoln would completely turn on me. Cindy would make Facebook posts because I was friends with Kent Hovind. Cindy would make YouTube videos exposing parts of my testimony, and she would go as far as reaching out to people's friends and families on their Facebook accounts, something she even did to Kent Hovind's wife, and she went out of her way to try to ruin everyone, taking vengeance for herself, stealing vengeance from God. That's how mentally ill Cindy Lincoln had become. And that was just the start of it. Finally, after listening to 80 hours of audio from Cindy Lincoln illegally, secretly recording Kent Hovind, I realized that after 80 hours of listening, Kent Hovind was not a bad husband. Kent Hovind was not a bad man. Kent Hovind was not a bad person. Kent Hovind was not even a bad pastor. Out of all the times that Cindy Lincoln called him out of his name, out of all the terrible things that she said and did to him, he never called her out of her name. He never raised his voice to her. He never told her to get lost. He never threatened to divorce her. Kent Hovind was kind. Kent Hovind was compassionate, and Kent Hovind did not know he was being recorded. That's something we can't forget. Cindy Lincoln, on the other hand, acted like a screaming banshee, and she did know she was recorded. But she just couldn't help herself. Cindy Lincoln couldn't control herself. Welcome home, Dr. Dino. So, Kent Hovind is free. Kent Hovind is reunited with his family, though be it for a very short time, which is heartbreaking. But things are looking up for Kent Hovind. He is getting his friendships back. He's getting recognition back. He's reestablishing his ministry, and he's ready to hit the ground running, as we said earlier. There were great times, like this.
Tell us a story. What in the world happened?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, brother.
And this?
Hello, this is Rudy.
Hello, this is Kent Hovind with nobody saying this is a call from a federal prison. Do you want to take it, yes or no?
And this?
What's up, guys? This is Gabe. Today, I've got Kent Hovind right here. He is going to speak on
the pulpit, the platform.
And this was a good time, too, for Kent.
Hi, friends. This is Coach Dave Daubenmire. I'm sitting with my friend, Dr. Kent Hovind, who recently, as most of you know, has been delivered from 9 years inside of jail. Back out on the streets, doing a lot of ministry here in the Columbus, Ohio area this weekend. But I thought it would be a great opportunity for us to sit down and find out from Kent Hovind's own lips just exactly what happened in this fiasco that he's been through. There's a lot of misinformation out there about.
There were also the bad times. There were situations with Eric where we won't go too deep, but there's disputes with ownership of properties that were lost and reacquired during the entire arrest ordeal. And then there were the incidences with the wives.
Welcome to our Science Center, where God gets the glory for his creation.
We are in Lenox, Alabama. We are at the new location of Dinosaur Adventure Land. And where the old Dinosaur Adventure Land was just an acre or better, the new Dinosaur Adventure Land is much, much larger. Where the old Dinosaur Adventure Land was a beautiful small park in the middle of Pensacola, Florida, the new Dinosaur Adventure Land was 147 acres, 17 lakes and ponds, fishing, swimming, ATVs, and a real tour that would blow your mind. God had increased Kent Hovind in such a Job-fashioned way that it was mind-blowing. It was so awesome to see the dream of Dinosaur Adventure Land go from a little neighborhood in Pensacola, Florida, to half the town of Lenox in Alabama. You couldn't make this up if you tried. Kent Hovind is at Dinosaur Adventure Land, and he is saving souls. A year passes, and he decides to put out a fleece before the Lord. Since Cindy Lincoln left him, he again is not in bondage, and he tells the Lord to have a wife jump in the boat. In comes camp mom, in comes Sandra Hovind. So, you can start by telling us your name and how you know Dr. Hovind.
Okay. And should I be looking at you?
You can look at me.
Okay. Joseph always yells at me. My name is Sandra Hovind, and I met Kent. He had visited a church, and we got all his VHSs back then, and he's like, copy them and pass them out. So that's what I did. My family fell in love with him. My sisters, my mom. They passed it all out, and that's basically how I met him.
Kent finally has the wife situated. He has the ministry blooming and blossoming, and it's turning into something powerful. He's getting back on channels. He's being interviewed. Kent Hovind is becoming a household name again.
For this series, we're going to have to tangle with many of these subjects on a larger scale later. We're also going to be debating the pre-tribulation rapture versus the post-tribulation rapture. But we have a question that have come in that I think only Kent is qualified to answer. Where did God come from?
Wow. Well, I was asked that question in a debate. I've done 141 debates with atheists, and I was at Embry-Riddle University, south of Daytona Beach, Florida, Daytona Beach. And a kind of cocky atheist said, I got a question, where did God come from?
Then the crazies came, the Mark Stoneys, and others. The drama started. The missing boy that was never missing, the lies that are still being propagated to this day that are so ridiculous, they're not even worth addressing. Things about missing bodies and things that you would think you would only see on a Netflix documentary. Missing bodies and bones and femurs and storage sheds full of bodies and bones. The most bizarre, made-up stories you'd ever think up, and propagated by nut jobs like Mark Stoney.
Nick and Mark should make God videos. Both good. So is Cindy. We're good, Cindy. All right. Brett is 6 foot.
It was getting out of hand. It was honestly becoming a headache, and thankfully that time is coming to a pass. Kent Hovind is leveling up, and Dinosaur Adventure Land is getting huge. Souls are being saved here, and people are getting baptized in such a rate you'd never believe it. God is doing big things, and we're excited to be a part of that. Mark Stoney is a unique case. Mark Stoney is articulate and he's intelligent, but he's just smart enough to not be smart, but rather dangerous. Mark Stoney was a volunteer at Dinosaur Adventure Land for a couple years, and he was, for all intents and purposes, a good guy. Mark has some redeemable qualities. He's not a terrible person, but he is a terrible liar. And he also is very mentally unstable, as I think this audio that we're going to share with you will clearly dictate.
I mean,
that was a
before he
while.
got
That was like in 22.
Before he was arrested, they were trying to get him away where someone wasn't going to go and shoot and kill him.
Oh yeah. They tried to get him to Texas.
Stephen, Mark Stoney and I were about to get on a plane. Like, there's so much stuff people don't realize. Like, it's so complicated. Like,
what were you about to get on the plane for?
To kill motherfucker.
Coming to take justice themselves a posse for the
because Stephen, at
crime.
that point, Chris Jones was still scheduled to be at DAO right after we found out all the stuff that he did to Zaire. Zaire's family was about to shoot them up. They went to get justice. They were going to kill the motherfucker.
Now look,
Stoney snitches him out, calls the police to save Chris Jones's pitch. And Mark is like, I don't want Zaire to get in trouble. I'm going to go do it. We're going to go kill this motherfucker. And I was like, dude, let's go do this. Like, let's take him out, because it's not just, I don't know. There's a lot more to this that you guys don't know. Like, it's not just everything that was on a fucking YouTube video. Like, I shouldn't be saying this, but Steven, I'm telling you, this is what went down. Like,
I know.
We were like ride or die. It was not even like a question. Oh,
And the thing is 3/4 of it was made up.
What was made up?
3/4 of what Mark and Cindy had everybody rallied up over was made up.
I interviewed Mark before I knew who the fuck was. I thought he was some psycho white supremacist.
You were right the first time. Well, not the supremacist part.
And then he admitted that white supremacist shit in his past, but like, I don't know. The tone of this conversation is all off because I'm in a really weird mood. I'm going through like some shit in my life. And I'm trying to share information with you to be cool to what anyone else in this, if this was public, would be like, fuck him, lore. He's supposed to be on the good side. Why is he telling this information to the bad guys?
I mean, this is news to me that you and Mark were going to get on a plane to kill Kent Hovind and Chris Jones. Well, he didn't say. He just said,
Steven,
come take care of things.
Do you want me to explain? Do you want me to explain explicitly what happened?
I mean, is it a felony for me to know? I don't want any felonies, Adam.
I don't know what that means.
Like, oh my God, I don't know if this is legal.
How so? Like, if I tell you, what do you mean? Explain how it would be a felony.
I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna shoot from the hip. Tell me about who were you guys gonna murder, Adam?
That's not what I said.
Okay, so
I think
tell me. You tell me.
I think you may have misunderstood what I said.
You have my full attention. I swear to you.
You realize if this is recorded and gets out, I'm gonna have so much. Like, I could die from this.
Okay, well, when you reached out, I was excited. I didn't
Steven,
think you were going to be telling me about murder.
You know that we can share secret information without it leaking. Like, we've already.
Yes, we have.
We're on the level.
Okay, so I think we didn't understand you were trying to just share. I think what it was is you and I didn't understand he was just trying to share inside information with us. So we've been on defense. But I think he really just wants to share a bunch of weird stuff that happened. Am I right, Adam?
I'll be honest with you, Steven.
I would like that.
We've had multiple conversations where somehow you catch me on a day where I had some kind of thing and I have to like take medication for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get in this weird mood where I have no filter. I could get on YouTube right now and just whip out I am in a weird mood where I cannot filter my thoughts.
We will not go live.
And I have a compulsion. I have a compulsion to just go and find a live thing and like interact with people. You know what I mean? Like, similar to being drunk.
Were you going to murder Kent or Chris?
I was not going to murder anyone.
Who was Mark going to murder? Was it Kent?
Steven, this is like so risky for me to just straight up say this shit. Okay, can I just say what happened?
Yes.
Zaire's family, I think it's like stepdad and Zaire, were like, we're going to go roll up on this motherfucker and shoot him. Right?
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Mark that he blurted that out publicly.
Publicly.
He fucking snitched it out publicly.
Yup.
When that happened, Mark's reaction to that was he called the police and said, you guys have to protect Chris Jones because Zaire and his family are trying to kill him. He's a snitch. And he's trying to protect Chris Jones. Then that same time, Mark was freaking out.
You were telling us that Chris Jones was about to be 86'd by Zaire's family. Mark called them and said, hey, you got to protect Chris because they're about to 86 him.
Okay. So, and again, I would never reveal that publicly, but Mark said that out loud publicly.
Yep. I remember.
So it's not me revealing this. This is what Mark said. Mark was freaking out. And he was getting a plane ticket. He wanted to go do what Zaire and their family was going to do so that they didn't get in trouble. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm going to go do it so that Zaire doesn't get in trouble. But he's also trying to protect Chris Jones. So it's like, I don't even understand what's going on. But then Skylar talked him out of it. He's like, you got to think of your daughter. You can't do this. He was like freaking out. Mm-hmm. And Skylar convinced him not to do it. Mm. And then if what you're saying is true, then Mark and Cindy were like, okay, well, let's get a plane ticket to get Chris away, to save him, to protect the rapist. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I know. It's peculiar, isn't it?
And yes, when Mark was like, I'm gonna get the guns. I'm going over. I got a plane ticket, and I told Mark, like, dude, I'm right with you. What do I need to do? I'm coming over right now. And then Skylar had talked him out of it.
Skylar was the freaking voice of reason.
Yeah. So technically, yeah, I was like, about it. I was down. I was ride or die. I was like, I'll fuck with you and do this shit. Like, I'll fuck murder. I'll go take out a pedophile. I don't think that's murder.
So it was Chris. It wasn't Kent Hovind.
Well, I don't know. My suspicion is that Mark Stoney wants to kill Chris Jones and Kent, but it doesn't make sense if he's protecting Chris. So maybe he doesn't want to kill Chris.
It is odd. Just Kent.
Steven.
Uh-huh.
Mark hates Kent Hovind because I don't care what he says publicly. He's not going to say publicly what really happened. That's why he wants to kill him.
This is the crowd that Cindy Lincoln uses to rally against Kent Hovind. This is the mental stability of the people starting all the rumors about Dr. Kent Hovind. It's important that you guys understand the mental weakness and sickness and ineptness of Cindy Lincoln and Mark Stoney and all of their group. None of them are mentally sane people. None of them are mentally inept. Let's evaluate that. Mark Stoney leaves Dinosaur Adventure Land. He's currently living in Washington. He's plotting Kent Hovind's murder along with Adam Lohr, and they are talked out of it by a mutual friend of everyone's. We will leave him anonymous. Next up, this was not the end of it for Kent. Kent will get past all this. Kent bounced back when he got out of jail. There were so many interviews fighting to get Kent Hovind on, and to this day, there are so many requests to have him speak at their church. Kent has to turn them all down. For the rest of Kent Hovind's life, what he desires to do is give people real tours at Dinosaur Adventure Land in Lenox, Alabama, and share the gospel. And I'm pretty sure that's what he'll get to do for the rest of his life.
This lake from the sky looks like a dinosaur.
Now, we've examined a really big portion of Kent Hovind's life. We've gone through his roots in his early school years. We've went through what got him into ministry, his letters to the editor. We've discussed what back and forth caused the conflict and eye raise of the IRS. We understand it was most likely Rebecca Horton who turned him in so she could acquire some of his property. We've gone over all sorts of reasons to believe that the federal government completely hosed Kent Hovind and put him away unjustly, and the jury is still out on whether or not it is connected to one of the largest pedophile rings in the United States that goes all the way up to Jeffrey Epstein. And, and we can't leave out the wives and the situations that brought that about. We can't go over the bizarre, weird slanders that Mark Stoney and the gang have perpetrated. And we have gone over segments of Kent Hovind's character that point to him being an honorable man. So, after evaluating all the evidence, after watching the other 4 films, the question we have to ask is, who is Kent Hovind?
What do we got there, Joseph? Turned down for what? I don't know.
I think the best way to answer that is to ask Kent himself, but also a good way to do that is to ask those who have known Kent Hovind for most of his life and those who work with Kent Hovind to this day. That's what I want to do in this episode. I want to walk you through all the bizarre claims. I want to have you hear from the workers' mouths themselves about the claims of this beautiful ministry being a pedophile ring, about this ministry being a prostitution ring, about this ministry being a murder house where people go to disappear, all the bizarre claims. We want to use these eyewitness testimonies to disprove that silliness once and for all, to point light that Mark Stoney and Cindy Lincoln and the likes of them are mentally insane and they are not to be taken seriously, that they are bitter, hate-filled people who are both on the verge of mental breakdowns, and they can't be trusted as credible sources. And the majority of the people who know them personally know this about them. Let's dig in, and I'm hoping by the end of this episode, you'll get a good grasp of who Kent Hovind is. Let's go. All right, so we are recording, and you can start by telling us your name and how long you've been in ministry.
Okay, well, my name's Kent Hovind. My wife Sandra. I've been in the ministry, I got saved 55 years ago. Went right off to Bible college after high school and ended up getting ordained. And 50 years ago this May, I've been a Baptist preacher 50 years. I started the ministry of Creation Science Evangelism in 1989. So that's been, 200 years ago?
34 years ago, because I was born that year. It's a great year. All right. And did your ministry start in the north, and then you moved to Pensacola?
No, I was teaching school in a couple different places and pastoring different churches. I started off in Illinois, went to Texas for 5 years, and then to California for 3 years. And then Pensacola, Florida, in January of '89, and I started the ministry. Really, I was starting to fight, over creation, evolution. There was an article in the newspaper that came out that said dinosaur bones found in Montana from 80 million years ago, and I wrote my first ever letter to the editor. I said, I was brand new in town, Pensacola, didn't know a soul. I said, look, these bones they found are from one that drowned in the flood. The world is not millions of years old. Dinosaurs always lived with man. They called them dragons or some other name. And these bones are just something that left over from the flood of Noah. And I said, reptiles never stop growing. And before the flood, when people lived to be 900, the reptiles would get to be 70 feet long. But that's the dinosaurs. They did not live millions of years ago. They published my letter in the paper and started a war in Pensacola. I didn't realize I was starting to fight, So atheists started writing in, and evolutionists were writing back and forth, and I was writing in. And I was just working construction, putting the wife through college and kids through school. And finally, some students from the University of West Florida called me, and they said, will you come debate one of our professors? We're reading all your letters to the editor in our anthropology class. Would you come have a debate? I said, I've never done a debate in my life, except with my wife, and I lose those every time. But
Still does.
Sure. So we did my first ever debate. I'm going to guess it was about March of '89. And about 1,000 people there, maybe 1,200 at the debate at the University of West Florida. And a lot of pastors were there to see this. And they right away started saying, will you come to my church and share this information? I'd been studying this for years and years. Creation, evolution stuff is a fascination to me. I was teaching science in high school, And so I never dreamed it to be a full-time ministry, but it kind of evolved into a full-time ministry really fast.
It sounds like it both happened about the same time, but did the ministry start before the debating, or did they kind of at the same time?
The debate caused the ministry to start.
Okay.
I would say. I was already filling my head with information. I guess I didn't realize God was preparing me for this, but it was a passion of mine to study on this topic for years before. Just to be ready always to give an answer to every man that asks.
Speaking with Dr. Michael Shanlian, who was roommate of Dr. Kent Hovind when he was in college. He can get into where that was all at, and I'm really looking forward to that conversation. Dr. Michael Shanlian, are you with us, sir?
I am. I'm live and well.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We all understand that you might have had some sort of a collegiate experience with Dr. Kent Hovind.
I sure did. Back in the early 70s, we went to a small Bible college in Michigan, Midwestern Baptist College, which has produced some pretty phenomenal men. Dr. Chuck Baldwin, for instance, who you might know of.
Yep. Oh,
yeah. And of course, a lot of great pastors who have gone out and built some really solid churches all throughout America. And so we were all, Dr. Baldwin and Kent and I were all in the same dormitory at the same time. And we had to work a job because we didn't have student aid back in those days, so we were fortunate. We worked at General Motors together, second shift, and so we went to school during the day and went to work at night.
Go ahead, please.
No, not a problem. Yeah, and I have some really good stories about that because, Kent had ADD before it was ever, discovered. And he had a little white Toyota Corolla that we'd drive around in, and on his steering wheel he had this big clip, and he put his notes on there for his to-do list. Of course, this was before cell phones and all that. And he'd have his to-do list, and he'd be driving down the road, and he'd do something, and he'd mark it off, and he'd do things like, and I don't recommend this, by the way, because you probably get pulled over and get a ticket for it today, but to save time in the morning, rushing off to school and everything, he'd have his electric razor while he's driving down the road shaving. So that's just the kind of guy he was. When he actually put he worked at Truck and Coach, General Motors Truck and Coach in Pontiac, Michigan, and so he worked on the fender line. When the big fenders, these are for medium-duty trucks, when the fenders would come down the line, he would take his little clips and he would pound them into the fender. And he had a big desk there with his clips on it, and he'd also always have a book. So in between jobs, he would be reading. And he actually finished school a little ahead of me. I think he doubled up on some classes to finish before I did. So, yeah, that's the kind of guy he is. He doesn't let any grass grow under his feet.
All right. We can start by telling us your name and where do you come from?
Okay, well, my name is Rex Wilson, and I come from Washington State. Kent said on one of his channels, or one of his broadcasts, that you need a AC tech to come down and help out. And so my dad came down for about a week, came back home, started packing all the stuff up, started selling everything. He's like, Rex, I'm moving to Alabama. Okay, so he moved down, and about a year and a half later, I ended up following him behind. It's been amazing. It's been an amazing 2 years here.
So 2 years you've been here total?
Yep.
Before you came to Dinosaur Adventure Land, had you heard about Kent Hovind before, or just from your dad?
Just from my dad. Yeah. So it's kind of a rare, amazing thing to see people come in and like, oh, I've been watching you for years, and all kinds of things, and all the people that he knows, and it's definitely. I guess I got a different perspective on who Kent is, and you know, the things he does and what he teaches and everything. And it's there's been quite a few surreal experiences, for sure.
All right, so you can start by telling us your name and who are you?
My name is Joshua Vernon, and I am a child of the Lord, saved by the grace of Jesus Christ through faith, and that is not of myself. I have not earned that. Looking at my past, it's evident that I have not earned that. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for the truth.
All right, so you can start by telling us your name and how you know Dr. Hovind.
Okay. And should I be looking at you?
You can look at me.
Okay. Joseph always yelled at me. My name is Sandra Hovind, and I met Kent. He had visited a church, and we got all his VHSs back then, and he's like, copy him and pass them out. So that's what I did. My family fell in love with him. My sisters, my mom. They passed it all out, and that's basically how I met him, his name.
How long have you been following him in total?
That was in the 90s, but at church, all it was is the highlights. Like, we had his DVDs. I didn't know anything about his YouTube channels or what have you. And then the next story I heard is, unfortunately, he went to prison, and that was very sad. So down through the years, just praying for the Kent Hovind that we knew in the videos about that situation. And then the next highlight was when he got out, and then his, went through a divorce and his family situation, and then that was sad. So those were the highlights, but I didn't really follow him. So.
Yeah. Would you say, from what you've observed over the years, his message and his character's been consistent?
Definitely. Even after the highlights, and then you keep hearing highlights in his life. Yes, that part has been very consistent.
Tell us your name and tell us how you got to DAL, or how long have you been at DAL?
Okay. My name is Jeff Scafidi. I come from Wisconsin, and I've been here at DAL for almost 2 years.
2 years. Okay. How did you first hear about Dinosaur Adventure Land?
I saw one of Dr. Hovind's presentations on the internet.
Okay.
And cable TV, actually. And we kept returning to him because we liked what he was saying, and eventually we took a trip, and we were too far down the road from here, so we decided to stop by and visit.
It started with a visit.
Okay, Judy Larkin. Myself, I'm from the north.
A Yankee, okay.
A Yankee, yes. True blue, born and bred.
Okay.
Alabama was never on my list of places to go.
That's interesting because you're here now.
I know it. Isn't that weird?
So how did that turn out?
Well, I sold my house. My son and I owned the house together. He lives in New Hampshire. So I told him we need to sell the house because he was renting. It's his house. He can have the money. I had a camper. So I'll just go south for the winter. We had 2 houses. He's still not ready to build yet. So I said, I'll just go south. And I've been watching Doc his podcasts. And so after COVID, during COVID, my church shut down. But there was a church about an hour away from me that never did. The pastor was an anesthesiologist. And he says it's a weak little virus, and he preached against that. He talked. He was very frank. So I went, and it was a really good church. He teaches Bible. He teaches all, he just goes right through the Bible, just keeps teaching. And they're street preachers. And a lot of times he said, do something, hold a sign, do something, whatever. Well, Doc's podcast, at the same time he's saying, if you can't fire the gun, carry the bullets. Do something. So I'm going, okay, do you want me to do something? So I thought, well, I'll come down here for the winter, homeless.
A couple months maybe.
Right. That's all I was going to do. I was going to come down in November and stay till April, and leave in April, the beginning of April. And I don't know, Kevin was in the woodshop at that time, and he says, what can I do to get you to stay?
We'll start off by, you guys can tell us your names and where are you from?
My name is David Whitney, and I'm originally from Philadelphia. And you want to?
I'm Catherine, and I grew up in Iowa in the northwest corner around Sioux City and near the Dakotas a little bit. So some of us of our family went to college in Vermilion, which is South Dakota, across the border. And it was cold there, cold winters because it's getting up toward Minnesota. So.
So how long have you guys known Kent Hovind?
Well, I met Kent about 45 years ago at a Stealing the Mind conference in Colorado. And at the time I had just gone through a very painful, hard divorce. And he was so kind to me. I had my children with me. And he gave me everything he had. He gave me his debates. And he gave me his whole series of Dinosaur Adventure Land series, tape series. And he was just so kind. And it just melted my heart that somebody, at the time he didn't understand where I was coming from, but he does better now.
Yeah. The same for you?
No, I think, let's see, it was probably, was it 20 years ago at least? We moved to, well, around 20 years ago, we moved to where he was born and raised with his family as a youngster, and we met some of his family from there in Peoria, Illinois. And I think I started watching the tapes. Let's see. I'm thinking I might have watched some of the tapes before we moved actually to Peoria. I mean, he's been around for a while.
You can start by telling us your name and how you heard about Dr. Kent Hovind.
All right, I'm Jackson Rowe, and I first heard about Kent Hovind probably in 2007 or 8 from the early days of the YouTube atheist creationist type argument. So that's where I first heard about him.
Okay, so you go far back.
Yeah.
Okay, so back when he was first doing the debates.
Well, he wasn't doing like online debates, but he was being talked about a lot at the time.
Now, an interesting thing, Christians of all shapes and colors come through Dinosaur Adventure Land. Mm-hmm. You're a little different. Yeah. You are not a self-proclaimed Christian.
Yeah, I'm I'm an atheist.
Okay.
Be ready always to give an answer to every man that asks a reason of hope, says. And plus teaching is science, kids always ask these questions, so I had pretty well developed my theology. The Bible says God made the world in 6 days, and everything in it, including dinosaurs. And so, it was, the debate is really what sparked it to explode after that. I got it to where I was speaking 900 times a year. Radio programs, TV programs, schools, colleges, preaching almost every night. I was traveling all over the world. I think I got 14 million air miles on the different airlines put together. It was busy.
Yeah,
if I can interject, just watching his DVDs, God has given him the ability to teach the subject in such an interesting manner that you just can't wait to pop the next one in. So.
Well, that was when I got saved and started reading a lot of the books by Henry Morris and Dwayne Gish and ICR. I thought this is brilliant stuff, and it really is good stuff. However, they're talking over everybody's head. I said, somebody needs to dumb this down where the fourth graders can get it. And so if I have any gifts at all, it's probably the gift of explaining things simply where people get it.
That is a gift, though.
Gift of teaching, yeah.
Did you know him before you met him in college?
I did not. That was my first exposure to him. And then we did get to be friends with his family that lived in Pekin, Illinois, and his parents. And so that was great. But no, this was my first exposure to him. And we just, for whatever reason, we just had some chemistry together, and we clicked, and we just kind of started hanging around each other.
Interesting. I remember when I went to school, and I wasn't a Christian at the time. So I'm asking this question in that regards. When you met Dr. Hovind, when you met Kent Hovind, were you a Christian?
Oh, yeah, we were in Bible college.
Okay.
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right. And what was your first impression? I see him as very bold when it comes to Christ, and very opportunistic when it comes to Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, I would get guys that would grab me and we go down to a local bar. I suspect Kent Hovind is a little different. I'm sure in the grabbing, he probably grabbed you and said, "Okay, let's go out here and let's do this and that and the other for Christ."
Yeah. Well, back in the 70s, this was during the time of the Jesus People Revolution.
Peace, love, joy, and understanding.
Been there, done that. So there was a lot of Christianity. Young people, especially, were more bold, maybe than they are today in some respects. But Kent just had that personality. He loved people, and of course he had some different talents. He can juggle and do magic tricks, and so we'd be driving down the road, and if we passed a bunch of kids playing outside in the schoolyard or in a neighborhood, he'd always pull over and start doing his magic tricks and his juggling. And before you know it, we had a crowd of kids around us. He seems to do his best work when he has kids around him. He's just I guess he's a big kid at heart, and so it was amazing how the kids would just be in amazement at what he could do. And then of course he would weave in the gospel message, and a lot of them came to Christ. And so yeah, he's somebody that's not afraid to confront people with the gospel. So.
Okay. Is there one memorable event that you think our audience ought to hear about that you remember?
That's a great question.
Well, of course it is. I asked it.
You did. I wish I could put my finger on one thing that I could point to and say that was a quintessential experience with Kent. But there were so many, and I guess just the everyday things that I saw in him, his character, his tenacity, his boldness. There was just like every day it was just kind of a new day, and you just never know, what was going to happen at any moment. But I remember one time, kind of a funny moment, when we were out, being in college, we had a curfew, and we had, back then, of course, they don't do this anymore, but we had like a 10-mile rule that you couldn't go any farther than 10 miles from the school. And so one night after church, we decided that we were going to take a little drive. Kent and I and several other people, we had a car full of us, and it was kind of a rainy, foggy night, and we got on the road, and we were talking and laughing, and you lose track of time and you forget where you are, and before you know it, an hour had gone by, and I thought I was driving, and I thought I knew where I was, but I was lost. We were like in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Well, we were, the school's in Pontiac, and Ann Arbor's probably, 40 or 50 miles at least away. So here we are, we're going, oh no, we're going to be in trouble. So we drove back.
Breaking the rules already, huh?
Breaking the rules, my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got back to the school, and then back to the dorm, and of course, we tried to sneak in. Kent and I tried to sneak in, and there's Mr. Bittner. I even remember his name, Reverend Bittner. And he's sitting there in the lobby, looking at his watch, going, "You guys are a little late, aren't you?" And we're going, "Oh yeah, we were busted. We got lost." And so we ended up on the discipline committee. We called it DC Donuts and Coffee on Monday morning. We got hauled in for that, and I if I remember correctly, we got we got some demerit for that little episode.
Why do you think Kent is such a controversial character?
I would say he's controversial because of his how would I say this? He's a real go-getter. You know, he gets things done. He's I wouldn't say rough around the edges, but he'll get his point across. He's constantly go. You know, we got to get this done, we got to get that done, and I mean, if I'm working on a project or something, or we need this, or hey, if we had this would really work out, and he pops on his phone, calls somebody up, and boom, hey, can you get this? Can you do that? And handles it right away. So he's always on the go. He's a little bit just motivated, you know, and I think the controversy is the controversial aspect of it is he knows what he wants, he knows what God is asking of him, and he stays focused on that. You know, all the other things that come at him this way or that way, you know, he's like, okay, well, either that's going to be an important thing in my mission that God's given me, or it's not. And most of the time other people will be like, well, that's being inconsiderate, or you need to think of it this way, or you need to act or react this way. And in his motivational, his drive to accomplish what he's trying to accomplish, he's either going to see something and go, yeah, that's what I got to do, or no, that's not what I got to do, and let's move on, because I got so much more to do.
Yeah. On YouTube, there's a lot of claims about Dinosaur Adventure Land. It sounds like you may not have heard some of them, but some of the claims are that Dinosaur Adventure Land is a pedophile ring.
Wow.
That Dinosaur Adventure Land is a sex trafficking prostitution ring.
Wow.
And that there are bodies buried on the property from former volunteers that didn't work out.
Are you serious?
Those are three of the biggest claims on YouTube from the atheist community, along with some disheartened former employees who are just flat out liars.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know about that.
So, I mean, you've only been here for 3 weeks, but 3 weeks is a decent stretch of time. In that time that you have been here, have you observed where they're hiding the pedophiles?
I have not observed that, no.
Okay.
Okay. Wow, I did not. Wow.
So, to your knowledge, there's no pedophile ring here at Dinosaur Adventure Land?
Not at all. Not at all. I experienced the Holy Spirit here. The Holy Spirit. I experienced a pure faith, a genuine love, and work to be done. You know, there's the will of the Lord, and this place so far, even my experience with watching the guests and seeing how they're doing, how they're liking the Dinosaur Adventure Land, and you know, speaking to them in the cafeteria, is that people are being drawn to Jesus Christ by this creation knowledge that God's given to us through the Bible. And Mr. Hovind and his wife and the staff here have faith in the Word of God, and we see that throughout this experience that people can have here. You know, it's fun, it's family and child aimed. As far as like, if I was a child and I came here, my parents would have trouble with me getting back in the car and leaving. And that's the reality of it. And I think we've got to live in reality as far as like, I mean, all you have to be is famous and people want to say things against you. You know what I mean?
Now, there's all kinds of crazy accusations on YouTube. I know you've heard the wildest, from Dinosaur Adventure Land as a pedophile ring to a sex trafficking ring. You have kids here.
Yes.
Are your kids safe?
Very safe. Right now, my daughter, I don't even know really where she's at. She's 12. But definitely the people here, when you can get a good feel for a person and you live with that person, you know there's not a shadow of doubt in your mind that you can trust these people. you being one. You know, you're here, you came back. I would trust you with any one of my 7 children or any of my 20 grandchildren. I said 15 plus 10s, but we started saying 20 together. Yeah. I would trust you with any one of my children. Someone might get mad at me for that, but that's my right. I can feel, and it's a genuine intuition. And I feel like the people who are here are that way. Others have children. You see them interact with their children. You get to learn them enough to know if anyone messes with their child, they will be dead. So when you know that a dad is that protective of his child, and you live with these people, you learn to trust them.
Yeah.
And I trust the people who are here 100%.
Before you got to Dow, were you familiar with any of the controversies that surrounds Kent Hovind?
I knew Dr. Hovind talked about creation against evolution, but I didn't know it was that much of a controversy, because everybody keeps talking about these millions of years and billions of years. You wouldn't know a million years of a hitch in an eye. That's just too long of a time to comprehend and too long of a time to put into the scope of some of the stories.
One of the other claims from the YouTube community is that Dinosaur Adventure Land is a pedophile ring. That everywhere you look around here, there's 20 pedophiles just wandering around. Where are the pedophiles?
I wouldn't know anything about that, but I was an abused altar boy from the Roman Catholic Church.
I'm sorry.
So I kind of know what I'm talking about there. And if there was anybody here that was a danger to any of the children that we have here, it would be noticed and they would be taken care of. They would be gone.
Okay, so were you aware of all the many controversies that surround Kent Hovind before you came?
I heard them and I thought, oh crap, I'm hearing all this negative stuff. I'm just ready to leave. It's like, crap, what am I going to do now?
Okay, so that was after you got here.
No, before I got here.
Oh, wow.
I heard all
and
the
you
crap.
still came.
Well, I thought about it because I didn't know what else to do. I mean, I sold my house. Well,
Yeah.
I can't stay at my daughter's. I mean, I can't stay out. It's going to get cold. I have a camper. I can't stay out in the winter. So I all come down. I thought, well, you know, I'm just really nervous. I thought, wait a minute, I got a camper. If it's all true and I don't like it, I can just get up and leave. Exactly. So it's like, I'll see. So it took me a while to settle. It took me about 9 days.
What were some of the weirder claims that you heard about DAL and Kent Hovind before you came?
The weirder ones?
Or the more concerning ones to
Yeah,
you?
well, the one I heard was the about Cindy. But here, this wasn't. I wasn't so disturbed about that because I heard that tape when she was screaming, and my neighbor across the road, they used to fight all the time. And a couple of times I'd hear her out there doing that exact same scream. Oh, no, one time I called the sheriff because I said, I think she's hurt. She was home alone. She said her husband beat her up. Her husband was in Canada at the time. Right, so I heard that same fakey kind. So I said, she's faking it. You know, it's like, whatever. That one didn't bother me so much.
So there are some really bizarre claims from the atheist communities on YouTube. The 3 craziest ones are that Dinosaur Adventure Land is a pedophile ring, that it's a sex trafficking ring, and that there are dead bodies buried all over the place. So we'll go through those, I know. We'll go through them one at a time. We'll start with the pedophile ring one. You guys have been here countless times over the years. Have you ever observed a surplus of pedophiles stalking children?
No, we've never seen any.
Even once?
No. There's young people that come and go, and some we didn't know, the young men, and of course he tries to screen them best he can, but if there's ever any problem, he has to send them away. He has always sent them away if they continue on with either drugs or drinking or, let's see, you have to be married if you can't just live together here under the, you know, that's not going to work. So he sends them away when that, you know, if they won't obey the rules. So pedophile is right along that line, you know, that he would send them away if it was no. So he tries to screen them, like I said, best he can when they come. But then, if anything becomes even a question of it, then if they're caught not doing any of the roles, they'll send them away.
Now, Kent is a kind of an enigma. He's on that high-level creation status with Ken Ham and the rest of them, but he lives very differently. Could you describe kind of how Kent lives a more humble way than some of the other creationists?
Well, I would have to say first off, I don't know what the other creationists live like. You can see the fruits that they bear and the things that they've accomplished and worked with, but I know that every day, I see Ken, I see what he does, and I've been able to help him out with a lot of projects, and he's not showy, he doesn't have that, hey, we need this big thing, or we need this really expensive thing. It's let's build this ministry up, and he's not afraid to get out there and do the work, get his hands dirty, he's always, showing up bandages and talking about, yeah, I was doing this, and he'll get up in that man lift, 20, 30 feet up in the air and start chopping down trees, because it just needs to be done. Whatever it is you got to do to get this project done, he's in there and he's doing it.
He's something else.
Yeah.
Well, part of what we want to accomplish through this documentary, me and Ken, is there's so many bad things out there on YouTube about him that are not true. We want this to be the documentary that gives Kent Hovind's perspective, his side of things. It's a very much pro Kent Hovind. I'm very biased and I don't hide it.
Yeah.
So we want to address some of the very, very ridiculous claims on YouTube. The three biggest ones is that Dinosaur Adventure Land is a pedophile ring, that there's just pedophiles around every bush, that it's a sex trafficking ring, that there's prostitutes in trailers hidden all over the property, and that there's buried bodies on the property. So we'll go through them one at a time.
Those are still going around, huh?
They'll probably always go around, but that's why it's important for you guys who have been here for 2 years to tell this story.
Yeah.
So for the first one, the pedophile ring, there's a pedophile behind every bush. I've been here multiple times over the past 4 years. I've failed to find them, but you live here, and for 2 years. So you tell me, where are you guys hiding the pedophiles?
They're not here at DAL, I think that one really comes from, and it's a bit of a difficult scenario, situation.
You don't have to name drop or anything.
No, but there's definitely none of that going around, and
if you had kids, would they be safe here?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I would, if I had my own kids and they were here, or I got little cousins, eventually that might make their way over here. But yeah, you can let them run around anywhere, There's the obvious, kids are going to be kids. And
you roll down a hill and get kind of hurt. Yeah,
right.
Unpreventable things, life.
Yeah, that can happen anywhere. But no, there's definitely not people here that are dangerous, per se.
So with the volunteers that leave that aren't happy, we'll take like Mark. He makes up very bizarre claims. You don't have time to address them all today, but I'll pick out the craziest. The Dinosaur Adventure Land is a sex trafficking ring. Now personally, I've been here multiple times through the years.
Okay.
The biggest complaint is that there are no females here.
Correct.
I guess my question is, where are all the prostitutes hiding?
We can't tell you, that's top secret. No. Guys like him drive me crazy because we took care of him, we fed him and housed him while he worked here, but as soon as he left, he turned on me. Like, why? I don't understand. There's no reason for that. And make up the craziest stories. Some of the rumors going around amaze me. Like, what? And almost always it's the people who've never been here and have never talked to me. They believe them and pass them on. Well, Jesus had the same problem. Paul had the same problem in Acts 28. When he finally got to Rome as a prisoner, he asked the people in Acts chapter 28, He said, hey, have you heard about the Christian movement and what's going on with the Messiah coming? They said, all we've heard is everywhere it is spoken against. Acts 28. What? So I can understand how they feel. It bothers me a little bit, but I'm not going to try to go around and defend myself against every single rumor. It's their job. If they want to believe it, they can believe it. A few times in the Bible, Jesus had to stop and defend himself. Sometimes the disciples did. But I'm too busy fighting a different war. I'm after the evolution philosophy. Right now, today, billions of children are being taught evolution. They're being taught about the geologic column, which does not exist anywhere in the world. There are 40 or 50 basic lies in every textbook that are being taught, and nobody's fighting against it. I will, even if I got to go by myself. I'll get my sling and 5 stones and go knock them in the head.
If Mark was to call you and truly repent like I did, would you forgive him?
I would, but I would say, no, Mark, you gotta, one preacher was, I think it was John R. Rice. This lady was spreading all kinds of evil rumors about a famous preacher. I'll say it was John R. Rice. And she said, oh, Pastor, I'm so sorry. Would you please forgive me? He said, well, come with me for a minute. He took a feather pillow. They went up on a hill on a windy day. He tore the pillow open and scattered the feathers out. They went everywhere. He said, now, you pick them all up. I can't do that. They're everywhere. He said, yeah, the damage you've done is everywhere. The damage, Mark would have to take his channel down. He'd have to do a repent. I repent on my channel and truly repent. Yeah, I would forgive him. But the damage he's done, he's turned people away from watching my videos, and it's not because it's me, it's the information that'll change lives. And there's been several others. Their whole goal, there's a talk show one time, this guy had 3 women on there going to win $1 million or $5 million, whatever it was. He said to the women, he said, now, if you win this money, what are you going to do? The first one said, I'm going to buy a bunch of real estate, and go into business. The second one said, I'm going to travel all over the world, Third one said, I'm going to spend every dime trying to destroy my husband and his business. I've got something like that. They won't be. I asked one of them just a few months ago, I said, if you do succeed in destroying me, what does that do for you? What does that do for the cause of Christ? Do you ever stop and think, what are you trying to accomplish here?
Have they ever answered you?
No. It's usually a jealousy. You've got it, I want it, and I can't have it. Therefore, I'm going to tear you down. Make them look better.
Another claim here, not from here, but from YouTube, is that Dinosaur Adventure Land, in addition to a pedophile ring, is a huge prostitution, sex trafficking ring. I've scarcely seen a single female around here. Where are you guys hiding the prostitutes?
Well, let's see. We got a pile of tires over here. Maybe they're hiding over there. There's some wood scrap over here. We have 140 acres here of an old abandoned gravel pit. If there's anything hidden here, it doesn't stay hidden for long. If there are any women here, most of them are working. And not the work that you're thinking about. They're doing construction jobs or maintenance. If there's any bad vibes of this place, there's not enough women here. We have the women do it. We have 2 of them specifically. Dwayne and Bobby, they take care of all the cabins. They take care of all the visitors that come here to stay. They do all the cleaning. We have a sort of different cooks that do the cooking here.
And both of those ladies are married.
Oh, absolutely.
Actually, I think all the younger females here are married. That's something Kent's big about. You get here, get married.
Right, and there's a couple widows here. There just isn't.
Where would you think that rumor even came from? Because I've been here multiple times through the years. I've never seen a surplus of single females ever.
Either somebody that they came here and didn't get what they wanted. Came here and didn't see what they liked. I'm not quite sure. I don't know what somebody's version of coming here for. I came here to work and help Dr. Hovind in my construction field, and I do what I can.
The other claim was that it's a sex trafficking ring, that there's just prostitutes hiding behind every bush. I've been here many times over the years.
Yeah.
My question for you is, where are you hiding the hookers?
Okay. I heard they're in a trailer somewhere. I don't know.
Right.
I haven't found the trailer yet, I guess.
I mean, one of the biggest complaints I've seen over the years of the place from the volunteers is that there's an extreme lack of single young ladies.
Yes, that's exactly the way it is. And unfortunately, people have called for the FBI or whoever on that matter. And for some reason, after they watched and set up cameras and did whatever they had to do to make sure this wasn't that type of place, they met with my husband and said, just to let you know, you have been watched. We've been watching you. He said, but there's no legitimate anything to all of this. Nothing. They said, in fact, trafficking, you don't even get any traffic. So they sat
Two cars.
Yeah, sat at the four-way. There's no traffic. As far as women, like you said, they're few and far between. And typically when a lady does move in here, it's not long before she's married.
Right.
They wouldn't be single naturally for that long. So
right.
I think the rumors, I don't even know where that one started. I don't know how that one even could have got started with not having women here. So
I mean, it seemed like a very odd claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so too. The human trafficking claim that Dinosaur Adventure Land fronts prostitution rings. I've been here multiple times through the years. One of the complaints from young men here is that there's not enough single young women to marry. You guys have been here multiple times. Have you ever observed anything like that?
No, we never. Like I said, it goes under the rule category. You have to be married if you're going to live. You're not going to live together and still be here at this camp. So the point of the rules is that, people will come and go, but if they obey everything, there's not a problem. If you're going to act in a godly manner, that's what the rules state, And so there's nothing devious or secretive or, that somebody's trying to hide something. That's what the media does to make you think that people are bad.
Yeah.
But we've always seen that the rules have been followed. And if anybody does seem weird, they would be, watched. If nothing else. I personally don't remember seeing anybody that was that way.
The only thing I can remember, there was a guy named Steve who did
the tech guy.
The tech guy. And he had a younger fellow with him or something. And there was no proof, but there was, it just was an appearance of evil. And that guy's gone, if I understand. He ain't here anymore.
Yep, been gone for a while.
Yeah.
So it's something that any school would do this. They have their rules. And if there's something even questionable, they deal with it.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're Bob Jones or I don't care, what school it is. So this to me is one of the best schools possible because he is so good about educating even to young people.
Yeah, and this is more of like a training ground. Mm-hmm. And once people have been here for a while, it's time for them to move on and get on with their life. And, start another Dinosaur Adventure Land somewhere else.
Well, the other claim, one of the other two claims...
How ridiculous is that?
It's pretty ridiculous. The other claim is that it's a sex trafficking prostitution ring. Now, I've been here many, many, many times over the years, unexpected and expected, and I have to say I have never seen a surplus of females here. It's kind of the only downfall of Dinosaur Adventure Land. There's not enough girls. But in your perspective, you've been here for 3 weeks. Where are they hiding the prostitutes?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen any prostitutes.
Do you feel like you may have ran across one or two while you were here?
I have not. Most of the women here are married.
Right.
So, there's that. And, I think that most people are intelligent and they know that sex trafficking rings are, they're usually not hidden by a Christian. Actually, if they really want to take on the good work and the worthwhile attack and battle against sex trafficking, they ought to actually hit the people that do sex trafficking.
That'll never happen, but I agree with you.
I'm pretty sure the same people that would say there's sex trafficking going on here, would fear even speaking about it to the people that are really doing it.
100% agree. So the other one of the two big claims was the prostitution ring, that there are just endless amounts of prostitutes roaming the property here. Again, I've been here many times through the years as a married person, but also as a single person. I like to think I would have noticed an abundance of single ladies walking around.
Right.
You were here a year and a half before you found a wife.
Yep.
Where are you guys hiding the hookers? Where are the prostitutes?
Right. Well, I haven't seen them. I've been over every inch of this property multiple times, and there's nothing like that around.
As Jeff from the lumber department said, maybe they were hiding under the tires.
Right. Yeah. Because they're definitely tired.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where something like that would come about. Like I said, Doc's always willing to give people who need help the help that we can without being ourselves being taken advantage of. So I wouldn't know if a prostitute had come, stayed for a little bit, and then left.
Well, that's not the claim that it was a prostitute. The claim is bizarre. It's that it's like a truckload of prostitutes, which you would think you would notice.
Yeah. You would notice something like that.
Around here.
There definitely isn't, man. And like I said, I've been here a long time, and there's never, the bus has never stopped in.
I mean, one of the biggest complaints from the men here is that they need more ladies to marry.
Yeah, like I said, man, I was here a year and a half. I mean, I did, it's a little bit different, but definitely, one thing that I do admire is Doc doesn't allow, if you're not married, you're not going to stay in the same room together, which is an admirable thing, I mean, and there's been guests that have come that aren't married, and Doc's like, I'm sorry, but this is our beliefs, this is my ministry, we're definitely going to accommodate you, but you guys need to sleep separately.
Do you think this place, with all the drama and the rumors, do you think it's done more harm or good?
You know what? My personal opinion is Doc needs to stop answering to it. Just needs to let it go, because the rumors will fly all over the place, and then if there's no reaction, it'll die down. And as soon as the fires start going out, he fans those flames again. If he just back off and just ignore, he says, well, what should I do? I understand that. Don't say anything, just let it go. I mean, those do hurt.
I think that Ken Hovind is his own best friend, but he can be his own worst enemy.
Yes, he is.
It's just like you said, he's so great at the creation stuff, and when he stays on point and just lets the drama go in one ear and out the other, he wins. But when we stop and address it, he makes it bigger.
He makes it bigger, yes, exactly. And I kind of wish, the next time he asks, what should I do? I was like, stop talking! Stop saying anything! Every time I speak out like that, I'm thinking, okay, I better start packing up my camera, because I'm going to be told to leave.
Is this kind of, like, in your opinion, I know you can't speak for others, but is that sort of the sentiment of all the workers, all the volunteers here?
Of him, I've heard other people say...
Don't address it!
Yeah, I've heard other people say just like that.
What do you want? What would you like to have those listening in our show today? What would you, if one thing they could take from a conversation with you, what would that one thing be that you would want them, or two things, or maybe a set of characteristics that you would like to have people know that definitely describe Ken Hovind?
Okay. Well, he's certainly a man of character and a man of his word, and I always appreciate that. I surround myself with people like that. I think that's very important. He has a love for the Lord that is, very, very rare. He when he commits to something, he commits 110%. I think that another thing is that he's very humble. And really, if you listen to him when he does his debates and things and his teachings, he's very self-effacing. He makes jokes about himself. Because he realizes that he's just a sinner like everyone else. I think sometimes when you have the effective ministry as he's had throughout the years, some people tend to kind of put you up on his pedestal a little bit, and that's the farthest thing from Kent's mind. He doesn't want that. He wants all the glory to go to God, and so he's very humble. And it just bothers me when I read all the things that have been written about him that make him sound like he's a tyrant, he's out for money and all that. And I think that's the other thing that I wanted to address also about his view of finances. Kent can squeeze a penny harder than anybody that I know. In fact, when you watch his videos, the suits that he wears are the suits that he had in college. And he doesn't spend money on clothes, he doesn't really spend money on himself. If he has a little extra money, it all goes into purchasing something for ministry or to help other people. He never buys new cars. He buys old cars and fixes them up. He builds his own houses. Kent Hovind was not in ministry for money. That's the farthest thing from his mind. Now, his ministry took in a lot of money, but but he had a lot of employees that he had to take care of, and he never spent money on himself. And I think that's a huge, huge misconception that people have. And they, of course, a lot of them think he's a tax cheat. I won't get into that, but I'm just saying that money is not his primary motivation like it is for so many guys. He's not looking at this as a career. He's looking at it as he just wants to serve.
He doesn't care about things for himself. He does not have anything that he collects. There's nothing that is of great care to him. He's not sentimental with things of the past. He doesn't have to have. His biggest dream is probably to have the biggest dinosaur in the world on the property. So not vacations and traveling and rich clothing or jewelry or watches. I think his deepest desire is the biggest dinosaur in the world.
I think you're right. I love that about him.
Yeah.
His generosity, is it sincere? Is it the same when people aren't looking?
Oh, definitely. Like I said, I was asleep. And most of the time when he stops and helps people, he'll say, hey, I'm coming home with some gentleman. He was walking with a cane and his car broke down. That's when no one's looking. That is the Kent Hovind. Sometimes I want to get clips of him doing stuff like that, but you're not thinking of it in the moment. Or even feeding squirrels. I keep thinking, one morning I'm going to get up there and while he's talking to squirrels, I'm going to catch this because nobody will believe that the great Kent Hovind, who's got this general mentality, who has maybe sometimes a bad picture from other people, online, maybe they think that he's too strict or something, but to see this soft, funny side. And Kent wants nothing but to make people laugh. I've never laughed so much in my life. I wake up laughing. He doesn't stop, and it happens all day long, and then at night we go to bed laughing. It's his job after we watch some general stuff he wants to watch something funny. Yeah. Funny goats, funny babies, it doesn't matter. So when we are out, he will hand people cards and he jokes with them everywhere we go. It's in his heart to make people laugh.
So my next two questions, it's kind of a part A and part B, but I tell you both parts ahead of time so you kind of get the context. Okay. I'm going to ask you what Kent Hovind's biggest flaw is. Okay. His shortcoming as a man, followed by his greatest attribute. And the reason I ask those two questions is because I want to draw a comparison over his worst flaw and how overshadowed it is by his best attribute. Okay. Is why I ask the two questions. Okay. So my first question here is, what is Kent Hovind's biggest flaw as a person in your eyes?
Okay, so to answer this question, first I have to say that I am not God.
Mm-hmm.
I am not Kent Hovind. I'm not his wife. I'm not his child. I first have to say that I actually don't know him as well as those people do.
and they would be better equipped to answer this. Now, what I've observed, I have to say that, and please put that first part in there.
I will.
Okay.
I will.
Because I really don't have a right to answer this.
I know.
You know. So, in my opinion, maybe his biggest flaw would be concentrating too much on the information and the knowledge. Okay? Instead of the heart of the matter. Okay? Now, which is weird, because the flip side of that, his biggest attribute, is he concentrates on the knowledge and the information.
That's his biggest attribute to you.
Absolutely.
So that is his hindrance, but also his shield and his sword.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know,
without that, there'd be no ministry.
I've had a lot of good answers doing these interviews. Like most people, their biggest flaw for Ken is not enough time. He doesn't have enough time. He needs 30 hours in a day and he only has 24. That's what most people's complaint has been. And the biggest attribute...
I think that would be more of a complaint to God.
Fair, yeah. And then his biggest attribute has just been all over the board. It's his kindness, his generosity, his sincerity. I mean, the list goes on and on. So you gave a really unique answer because the thing that is his biggest flaw in your eyes is his greatest strength. So that's pretty cool. It kind of goes to show the dynamic of mankind, right?
Sure, that's cool. Right on.
I like it.
Right on, thanks.
Let's say you spend 5 years here.
Okay.
And then God calls you on to other ministry. Because like you explained, that's what we're supposed to do. We get renewed, we go back out into the world.
Sure.
Let's say 5 years from now, God says, hey, it's your turn. And you look back at your time here at Dinosaur Adventure Land. Was it worth it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yes, it is. It's always worth it. Yes. With the Lord, it's always worth it.
For people who are out there, like in the YouTube community, and they may have had it pressed upon their heart by Jesus to come here and volunteer, but they've also heard some of the crazy claims that I talked to you about earlier. What would you say to those people who are on the fence, who want to come find out for themselves, but they're scared? What would you tell them?
You know, I would say that don't believe everything you hear. And if you do, I feel sorry for you. Yeah, I think we've learned that, whether believers or not. I think we've learned that from the world. You know, you can't really believe everything you hear. Jesus says things like, he who has ears, let him hear. If you want to come to Dinosaur Adventure Land, come. If you don't. Be led by the Spirit. You know, be led by investigation. You know, be led by this mystery that God has put in the heart of all mankind. You know, who is he? I've heard and learned something from Kent Hovind and this park and the people that work here, people that volunteer their time here. At least 3 or 4 things every single day. You know, and if I was a little bit smarter, I might learn more. But I can only intake so much of these. They're more like revelations than they are, you know, something to recite or put down on a piece of paper. They stick with you.
I have to say, I've experienced that here also, more so than any other place I've ever been.
Yeah.
Personal revelation.
Yeah.
There's something very holy about this place.
Yeah. Yes.
So, I mean, half of YouTube thinks Ken Hovind is the devil himself. The other half thinks he's a super saint. You guys have known him for a long time. Who's Ken Hovind?
He's not perfect. None of us are. But he's been faithful, like I said. And I think the reason that the mainline media doesn't like him is kind of like that movie, The Matrix. He breaks the Matrix, and he shows people the way to, I think there was like red pills.
Red pill, blue pill.
Yeah, something like that. But he kind of helps people see that look at the world from a different perspective. And we need to see the world from God's perspective and not just our perspective. And we need to understand truth as being Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And truth is three-dimensional. It's just not one person's point of view. That's why the Bible says in the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses, let the person be condemned.
Half the internet thinks Dr. Hovind is a super saint, and the other half thinks he's Satan himself. You've been here for 2 years. Who's Kent Hovind?
Kent Hovind is a very generous man. He has a lot of good ideas, and a lot of times it's hard to get those ideas continued, much less started. And so he works with the people that stop by here to visit, stop by to help. And most of the people that do come here are a great help. There's a few that are a lot less helpful than others, but there are a lot of helpful people, and it just surprises me how many people continually keep stopping by. And I, like I said, I do what I can to help them, and we try to get the jobs done.
I want to try to paint a contrast, because you know this is all about Kent Hovind. I'm going to ask you what his best quality is, but first I want to ask you, in your opinion, what is one of his bigger, less qualities?
Let's see. He puts a lot of trust in people that whether or not they can do the job or not. If somebody says that they can do something, he believes them and lets them go at it.
He's trusting.
He's very trusting, a lot more than I am. And he has patience. I couldn't do some of the things that he does. I don't have that kind of patience.
Okay. What do you think his best quality is?
His vision. He's always looking ahead to see what else can be done after this is done, after this is done. And he keeps moving on. He never stops.
Let's say that the Holy Spirit led you to leave tomorrow, you know, not on bad terms, but just to move on to whatever's next for you in life. And you look back at your 2 years here, say it's 5 years by then, was it worth it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was probably more days I could have worked longer, harder, maybe got something more done. But I've been very satisfied with the things that I've done here, and I've helped a lot of people here. I've helped a lot of people work here. I've helped a lot of people come out of their shells. A lot of people come here depressed, and I've tried. Hopefully, I lightened up their day. I don't have one bad thing to say about this place at all.
For people who are out there and they're interested in coming, and then they're doing research and they come across some of these bizarre claims, and you know, if you don't know Kent Hovind, you're just going off of what you've heard. For those people who are on the fence but they want to come to this place, what would you say to them?
If there was some way that you could contact some of the people that have been here, not just the naysayers or bad talkers, talk to some of the people that have worked here that have a positive experience. There's a lot of good people that stop by here and they put in their 2 cents worth, and they stay for 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, and just enjoy working here. There's a lot of things we need to get done here, and it's going to get done.
My question, okay, so half of YouTube thinks Kent Hovind is a saint. The other half thinks he's Satan. Where do you fall? Who is Kent Hovind?
I mean, I don't think he's Satan, and I don't know if he's a saint, but he seems like a decent guy to me. He does, so. Yeah.
How long do you think you've known him personally with your back and forth with the debates?
It's been a couple years.
You think his character has been pretty consistent through that time?
Yeah, I think so. He's much nicer in person. So.
He is nice.
I mean, he's not rude during the debates, but he's nice in person.
He's confident during the debates. Yeah. I think you're right. When you meet him in person, it's a little more Kent Hovind the guy, and less Kent Hovind the YouTube personality.
He'll still make jokes like, "Hey, it's hard to believe that dog came from a dog." To me, but, you know.
That's good fun though. Yeah, it's been out of love. taking on that role of camp mom, and you do a great job at it.
Thank you.
You're very nurturing, but I know that also means you get close to people.
Yes.
And you know, Dinosaur Adventure Land was designed, it's a theme park, it's a creation science center, but it's also like discipleship training. You get trained up and then you move on.
Sure.
When people do move on, how does that impact you, like emotionally?
It does. Naturally, you know, you as an example, I do love you. I kind of take on certain people a little closer naturally. You are going to always have a special spot in my heart. The young atheist that's here right now, he reminds me of my other son, Nathaniel. So I will continue to pray for him. He'll never know I'm praying for him, but I will always pray for him until he gets saved. So the way I look at it though, Stephen, is my heart is always hurt for children that needed to be adopted as older children. A 17-year-old boy who's going to turn 18 and he will never get his forever home.
Yeah.
Versus the baby that will be adopted. So when I would watch shows on adoption, it was the 17-year-old that hurt my heart way more than the little babies. So I feel like that is what's going on here. I feel like when I have a bond, it's going to be connected forever and someone can always come home. So even if they move on or they're asked to move on, they know they can always come back. Christmas, Thanksgiving. So I'll always get to be camp mom to these people.
Yeah, that's awesome. So one question I ask everybody, it's a two-parter, and I'll go ahead and give you the questions and I'll give you what everybody's answer has been.
Sure.
I ask everyone what Ken's biggest flaw is in their opinion.
Okay.
Their biggest flaw is almost consistent. It's that he needs 30 hours in a day and he's only got 24. It's trying to get 5 minutes with him because he stays so busy. And that's not a bad flaw to have.
Sure.
And his greatest attribute has been all over the board. It's his generosity, his kindness, his long-suffering. In your opinion, what's Ken's flaw as a human?
I would think what he thinks of himself. I think he knows he probably doesn't compliment enough and recognize people enough. So as his wife, that's one area I wish I could help him more in. I tried. When I first got married to him, I thought, you know, we do need to have somebody that you recognize once a week.
Yeah.
I feel like that goes a long way. And it does, it does go alongside of not having enough time, because if you had enough time with Kent Hovind when he comes and not seeing him so busy, it would fit hand in hand if he made time and complimented. So it's probably along the same lines. As far as his best attribute, for me, he's just a very loving man. He's very generous, so the generous would go along with that. He's just got a soft side to him. He's got a very hard side, very tough, very good leadership skills. So I would say generous was a good one.
Yeah, that was pretty consistent across the board. He's probably the only man I've ever met of his status that makes as much as he does on his intellectual property, that has less money in his wallet right now than I do.
Right. He doesn't, money, other than having the operations of the ministry, money is irrelevant to him.
Yeah.
He just, I have seen him just give it away, like, honestly, like it
like he hates it.
To me, I was shocked by that. When he married me, while we met, he did let me know. He says, I don't have any money, and I didn't care. I had a home. He said we could give it to the children. That's exactly what we did. He doesn't care about things for himself. He does not.
One question, it's a two-parter I ask everyone. And I'll go ahead and I'll give you both parts, and then I'll tell you what everyone else's answers were, just so it doesn't seem like a gotcha, because it's not.
Okay.
And I'll edit that part out.
Okay.
So I want you to tell me what you think Kent Hovind's biggest flaw is, and then in contrast, I want you to tell me what his greatest attribute is. And for the flaw, almost everyone has been the same across the board. It's his time. He needs 30 hours in a day, and he's only got 24. Or just being able to get 5 minutes with him because he's so focused on everything is almost impossible. That's been the complaint, that he doesn't have enough time in a day. His greatest attribute has been all over the place. It's his kindness, his generosity, his leadership, his intelligence, like it's off the board.
Right.
So from your perspective, As the human Kent Hovind, what's Kent's biggest flaw?
Oh, I would say Kent's biggest flaw. That's a hard one to measure because there can be so many different aspects.
And you respect him so much, you don't want to point out a flaw.
Right. So I mean, there's things, that I disagree with, but on the same hand, this is his dream. This has been his life's mission here. He's been doing it for 30 plus years, and he's been building it, and that's something that always has to come into the equation. That, like, look at what he's done. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for his intelligence and his motivation and those things. So I mean, like, to say put a this is his flaw would be just a personal, between him and I.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to narrow it down to something, because
I respect that.
Yeah, yeah.
Could you tell me his greatest attribute, his best quality?
His ability to be able to see the spiritual lesson in anything. He can, like, go into a shoestring or something, like, you gotta have both ends and tie together and get you closer to God, or however he does it.
He'll do it. Yeah.
He will, and it's amazing. Yeah, so I definitely say that's a good gift for sure. There's the obvious intelligence and everything. Everybody sees that, or hopefully they do. It's one thing I definitely noticed is his ability to explain everything in kind of a scientific point of view, but he's also really able to simplify things. A lot of things. It's like, wow, okay, that makes a lot of sense. He'll give you this little bit of information, and you can go with it, and you do a little bit of digging on your own, and it's like, okay, yeah, man, that's a really simple way to place it, and gives you those little seeds to go out and find something on your own.
Yeah,
and it's
half of YouTube thinks Kent Hovind is the devil himself. The other half thinks he's a super saint. You guys have known him for a long time. Who's Kent Hovind?
He's not perfect. None of us are. But he's been faithful, like I said. And I think the reason that the mainline media doesn't like him is kind of like that movie, The Matrix. He breaks the Matrix, and he shows people the way to, I think there was like red pills.
Red pill, blue pill.
Yeah, something like that. But he kind of helps people see that, look at the world from a different perspective. And we need to see the world from God's perspective, and not just our perspective. And we need to understand truth as being Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And truth is three-dimensional. It's just not one person's point of view. That's why the Bible says in the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses, let the person be condemned.
So the purpose behind the documentary, I gave you my background in the Chow Hall. I was a volunteer here. I left here on less than good terms. I turned against Kent Hovind. I tried to cause him a lot of damage. I realized I was wrong. I repented. He forgave me. Now we're trying to undo some of that. So I thank you guys for doing this for me.
We've always been loyal to Doc, and he's been worthy of our loyalty. And my children have watched his tapes over and over and over. And we've watched it countless times and learned something new every time.
Yeah,
it's just great.
If I'm ever sad about the way that the condition of the world, I'll listen to his tapes on back, and I'm, it's like, yay, Jesus is going to win. God's going to win.
He's a good example to point to of like a modern Job. Whenever I feel bad about what I'm going through, I'm like, but I'm not Kent Hovind. I didn't go through all that.
That's true.
His attitude helps us to keep the right attitude in life. That his faith is strong, and it helps us to be that way. And it's nice to know your testimony. That
it's like the Bible says, God doesn't give us a temptation that we can't withstand. And Kent has a tremendous, resiliency and the ability to take what God's dished out to him. Maybe you and I couldn't take it, but Kent's got a tremendously strong spirit and a strong loyalty to the scriptures and to Christ.
And another thing that we all have to admit is the fact that through everything, his ups and downs, what he's gone through, like you said, with the prisons, then he was accused wrongly, and that God's always blessed him, and he's still blessing him, even now.
Yeah.
He's blessing his ministry, and he's blessing him. That's another testimony for people that they have to admit that God is with them.
Hey, he doesn't charge. People come here for free. He feeds them. And a lot of young families who couldn't afford to pay for Disneyland can come here and get a Christian education.
Really, they can, yeah.
We've had kids say they like this better than Disney World.
Well, if I could ask you one more thing. Let's say tomorrow you wake up, the Holy Spirit says, your time here is done, time to go home, the next thing. Looking back on your experience here and your time, was it worth it?
Yes, very much so.
You didn't hesitate?
No. I learned a lot, I grew a lot.
Spiritually?
Every which way, yeah. Plus, I learned to get along with people I never would have socialized with in the real world. That's kind of weird for me. All these people, I have a squeaky clean background. All these people thought I just got out of jail. I was in for drugs. I was in for stealing. Going, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. It's kind of weird.
It is weird. DAL has that way. It kind of really does. It dissolves race and gender and background. Like you're just here to serve God.
Exactly, and that's very new for me. It's amazing. It really is. I'm not. I don't know the word I want. But that's truthfully how I feel. It's been a wonderful experience. I would do it again.
Well, and there's going to be, I would imagine, a lot of people that see this documentary, and some of them may be on the fence like you were at one point. Should I go? I've heard things.
Well, I still will be tomorrow. Maybe I should pack up. It's every day.
But if one of them who were on the fence, they wanted to come and serve, but there's all these rumors, and they called you on the phone and said, "Hey, should I?"
Yes, I would say yes. As long as you're not homeless, I'm just getting off drugs or looking for an old folks home.
I've got another question for you.
Yeah.
And if I used to be executive recruiter, a headhunter, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm an employer, why would I want to hire Kent Hovind in my organization? What's he going to bring?
I think
I'm a church. Let's start with that.
Sure. I think passion. Excuse me. A passion would be one of the things on the top of my list, because whatever he does it with passion. He does it with all of his might, and I think that's certainly important in today's world. And of course, he has passion about the right things. He loves people, and he wants people to come to Christ. And so you won't have, and number two would be he's very industrious and he's a hard worker. So I think those are the two top things that any church would love to have in a pastor or a leader.
Okay. Do you think that maybe he's a little too aggressive, a little too pushy?
Well, and I was going to mention something about that. I'm glad you asked it, so it kind of segued into it because I didn't want to come across maybe in a negative way. But one of the things that you find when you study leaders and leadership principles, you'll discover that people like Kent, who are very accomplished and driven, tend to be, I'm going to be really kind and use the term hard-headed. When they get something in their mind and they believe that they're right, they don't back down. It's like a dog on a bone. He's not going to give it up. And I think if we could say that Kent has a blind spot, that's probably it, because we all have them, by the way. I'm not just picking on Kent. But he's mellowed over the years, and now even today, he admits that maybe
he could have done things differently, or he's adopted a theology maybe that he's discovered that isn't quite right. I know he's changed his mind on prophecy and that kind of thing. And so he is open to listen to other people. He's not closed-minded, but you better have your ducks in a row to be able to show him where he's wrong.
Oh, and there's a lot of atheists out there that realize that the hard way.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it works both ways, it's the two-edged sword. And one thing you're going to get with Kent is you're going to get somebody that's going to put his heart into it, and he loves what he does. I don't think Kent has ever really thought he's had a job, because everything he's always done he's loved. And he just loves life, and he loves to be out there serving, and he's probably won more people to Christ in prison than he did outside of prison. So he doesn't let his circumstances get him down. He uses every opportunity to its optimum, and that's really a great thing.
Yeah, I think he's got a little entrepreneur lean in him, and I can associate with that because I am an entrepreneur, and entrepreneurs are two things: they're stubborn and they're opinionated. And I can really associate with that, and having that added quality of be able to stop and listen and change your mind, which means get rid of your pride, if you will. That is admirable. That's very difficult to do, especially if you have that entrepreneurial lean, because what drives you is very, very, very strong, and you don't want to look back and go, well, gosh, I did all that and then I was wrong. I can remember something that has stuck with me, and almost everybody I interview, I say the same thing, that when I was down at Pensacola at the court case for Dr. Hovind, I ran into somebody that had him in his in prison, and he was a prison minister, and he just said to me that no matter wherever Kent Hovind is, he's the happiest man in the room. Does that sound like the same Kent Hovind you went to college with?
Absolutely. Yeah, he's the same person, whether he's standing in front of 1,000 people or if it's one-on-one, whether he's in the penthouse or a prison. Kent is the same. I hope I say this right. He's not easily impressed, nor is he easily discouraged. He has that happy medium of just treating everybody the same and being the same person no matter who he's around, and that is just so refreshing today. And that's what I really appreciate, and why I'm kind of the same way, and so maybe that's why Kent and I just kind of were attracted to each other when we were younger.
So that's who you are in Christ, basically, regardless of where you are.
Yeah. Okay. Paul, where Paul said, "I've learned to be content in whatever situation I'm at or I'm in," and that's Kent. That's Kent all the way. And one of the things that I think one day I pray will come out, and as his story comes out, and I think it will eventually, because it's been kind of shut down in the mainstream mainstream media, is just about who Kent is and how he really is with people, just his personality, and it's so rare in leaders today. And I hope his story comes out. Maybe he'll write an autobiography, or somebody will write a biography about him, and those kind of personal things will come out.
Well, it sounds to me like he's an habitual lawbreaker that has no respect for authority. That's a story I'm hearing.
Yeah, of course, that's the way it comes across. And because he's, when you understand our Constitution, the way that Kent does,
and he does, yes.
He does. And we've had very few people, because they don't teach it in our schools, unfortunately, anymore. They haven't for 40 years. So we have a generation of young people that don't know the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and what all that means, and what our freedoms are and what they cost us. And Kent does. And so when he just acts as a citizen should, and has every right to, he comes across as a radical. And it's sad. It shows you where our country is today.
With your volunteers, you're very generous. I mean, you go far above and beyond what other ministries would do. So when you have a couple of handful of people that leave, like I did, and turn against you, How does that affect you personally? Does it cut that much deeper?
It hurts, but I usually can see through it and see that, wow, the reason they're doing this is because I pulled out their pacifier, you know. They were freeloading off of us. See, a farmer has something to sell called produce because he produces something.
Mm-hmm.
What do you produce that somebody wants? I produce videos, DVDs, books that help people and people buy them. That's what funds the ministry. So I asked some of them, what are you producing? You're riding on somebody else's coattail. You go produce something. If you would read all the books that I've read and learn all I've learned and study all I've studied and produce something that people want to hear, yay.
When it comes to creation and evolution, there are other creationists like yourself, but you're still very different. Whereas the other creationists defend creationism, you proactively attack evolution. Are you working on trying to train someone to replace you one day to be proactively attacking and not just a defensive mode?
I think I've already inspired dozens to do that. Okay, so I don't have anybody in mind to take my place or anything. I'm not trying to. I got at least probably 25, 30 more years.
At least.
At least. That I'm going to live to 100 or die trying. So, I think I've helped quite a few get started.
Yeah, he asked me the same thing, and I just said, "You're not replaceable." And
Obviously.
you have taught many people, and they have your DVDs, and you have people like Matt Powell and Steve here and other creationists that come, and they've been inspired by you. I think that's how it's going to go forward. All the people that you've inspired and use your material.
I would hope.
And I said, it's kind of like Elvis. You can't, if you're in that kind of music, you can't replace Elvis. It's just not possible. So you're way more important than Elvis, naturally. But
I don't have his money.
in heaven, you've got more. Okay,
a lot more. Yeah.
But in any event, Ken Hovind cannot be replaced. And who you've trained, God will take care of that. They're out there.
Now, I will say it's been 8 years, almost. April will be 8 years we've been up here. And this is one of the few times I've worn a tie since then. And I'm real sick of this tie, brother. We sure got to have this for the interview. Go.
All right.
I live out in the country, wear my shorts and my beat up tennis shoes and drive the old Jeep around and give tours. And it's heaven on earth.
When you look back at your time in ministry, the money you've spent, the time you've spent, the heartache you've had, the prison time, the attacks, when you look at all of it, is it worth it? Was it worth it?
Absolutely, yeah. There are probably things I would change if I could go back and do it again, but basically I've had a heart. I want to serve the Lord. I want to win souls. It's been that passion since early. I was 16 when I got saved. Soon thereafter, within 6 months, I led my first soul to the Lord. And so that ignited a fire in me. I want to do this from now on. And so I think, there are obviously things I would change and try to do better, especially if I knew ahead of time what this is going to cause. I didn't have anything wrong to go to prison at all. I was exposing the evil that fired him up.
So 45 years from now, let's say you pass away, what do you want your legacy to be?
I guess just a servant of the Lord.
Is that how you prefer to be remembered?
Yeah, he's the boss. I'm trying to do what he said. He said, go into all the world, preach the gospel. Is anybody else doing that? I mean, people ask me, what are you trying to do? I say, well, this is what I'm doing. What are you doing? I'm trying to catch Zelda. Whatever. That's important,
Yeah.
Some people waste their entire life on the dumbest things. Just the dumbest things. What on earth is wrong with you? Did they have the Super Bowl in the last couple of months or something? I don't even know who played.
I think, yeah. I don't either.
I don't care. Grown men in tight pants chasing a ball. I mean, come on. Isn't there anything else more important in life?
A lot.
Not to some people. Yeah.
Okay. So at the end of everyone's life, we're going to stand before our judge, and we're either going to hear, well done, good and faithful servant, or depart from me, I never knew you. What do you think Ken Hovind is going to hear?
I hope he says, well done, good and faithful servant. He's given me, he gave me a country to live in with freedom. The poor Chinese Christians don't have this. I think about that a lot. What about the Christians in Iraq? If they dare share their faith, they'll get executed. We got the freedom here. Let's use it. We may lose it one day. I think we will.
Sooner than later, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Meanwhile, use it.
Is there anything that you would want to touch on for the documentary that I haven't touched on? Anything you think I missed?
Well, if I die, I tell the atheists, it wouldn't do any good to kill me because we've got DVDs and books that are going to keep going.
They are.
And how many programs have I done? Gee whiz, thousands and thousands of programs. They can't stop that now. It's too late. So.
All right. I think that went really great, guys. I
Okay.
think it's going to be awesome.
Sounds good. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Doctor.
What do we got there, Joseph? Turn down for what? I don't know.